Section 28 of Cities of the Plain by Marcel Proust, translated by C.K. Scott Moncrief. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Michael O'Kelly. The Sorrows of M de Charlus, 5. A great musician, a member of the Institute, occupying a high official position, who was acquainted with ski, came to Audiobooks, where he had a niece staying, and appeared at one of the Verdurins' Wednesdays. M de Charlus was especially polite to him at Morel's request, principally in order that, on his return to Paris, the academician might enable him to attend various private concerts, rehearsals, and so forth, at which the violinist would be playing. The academician, who was flattered, and was naturally a charming person, promised, and kept his promise. The Baron was deeply touched by all the consideration which this personage, who for his own part was exclusively and passionately a lover of women, showed him, all the facilities that he procured to enable him to see Morel in those official quarters which the profane world may not enter, all the opportunities by which the celebrated artist secured that the young virtuoso might show himself, might make himself known, by naming him in preference to others of equal talent for auditions which were likely to make a special stir. But M de Charlus never suspected that he ought to be all the more grateful to the maestro in that the latter, doubly deserving, or, if you prefer it, guilty twice over, was completely aware of the relations between the young violinist and his noble patron. He favoured them, certainly without any sympathy for them, being unable to comprehend any other love than that for the woman who had inspired the whole of his music, but from moral indifference, a professional readiness to oblige, social affability, snobbishness. As for his doubts as to the character of those relations, they were so scanty that, at his first dinner at La Raspalliere, he had inquired of Ski, speaking of M de Charlus and Morel as he might have spoken of a man and his mistress, "Have they been long together?" But too much the man of the world to let the parties concerned see what was in his mind, prepared, should any gossip arise among Morel's fellow students, to rebuke them and to reassure Morel by saying to him in a fatherly tone, "One hears that sort of thing about everybody nowadays." He did not cease to load the Baron with civilities, which the latter thought charming, but quite natural, being incapable of suspecting the eminent maestro of so much vice or of so much virtue. For the things that were said behind M de Charlus' back, the expressions used about Morel, nobody was ever base enough to repeat to him. And yet this simple situation is enough to show that even this thing universally decried, which would find no defender anywhere, the breath of scandal, has itself, whether it be aimed at us, and so become especially disagreeable to us, or inform us of something about a third person of which we are unaware, a psychological value of its own. It prevents the mind from falling asleep over the fictitious idea that it has of what it supposes things to be, when it is actually no more than their outward appearance. It turns this appearance inside out with the magic dexterity of an idealist philosopher, and rapidly presents to our gaze an unsuspected corner of the reverse side of the fabric. How could M de Charlus have imagined the remark made of him by a certain tender relative, "How on earth can you suppose that Mémé is in love with me? You forget that I am a woman." And yet she was genuinely, deeply attached to M de Charlus. Why then need we be surprised that in the case of the Verdurins, whose affection and goodwill he had no title to expect, the remarks which they made behind his back, and they did not, as we shall see, confine themselves to remarks, were so different from what he imagined them to be, that is to say, from a mere repetition of the remarks that he heard when he was present. The latter alone, decorated with affectionate inscriptions by the little ideal tent to which M. de Charlus retired at times to dream by himself, when he introduced his imagination for a moment into the idea that the Verdurins held of him. Its atmosphere was so congenial, so cordial, the repose it offered so comforting, that when M. de Charlus, before going to sleep, had withdrawn to it for a momentary relief from his worries, he never emerged from it without a smile. But for each one of us, a tent of this sort has two sides. As well as the side which we suppose to be the only one, there is the other, which is normally invisible to us, the true front, symmetrical with the one that we know, but very different, whose decoration, in which we should recognize nothing of what we expected to see, would horrify us, as being composed of the hateful symbols of an unsuspected hostility. What a shock for M. de Charlus if he had found his way into one of those enemy tents, by means of some piece of scandal, as though by one of those service stairs, where obscene drawings are scribbled outside the back doors of flats by unpaid tradesmen or dismissed servants. But just as we do not possess that sense of direction with which certain birds are endowed, so we lack the sense of our own visibility, as we lack that of distances, imagining as quite close to us the interested attention of the people who, on the contrary, never give us a thought, and not suspecting that we are at the same time the sole preoccupation of others. And so M. de Charlus lived in a state of deception, like the fish, which thinks that the water in which it is swimming extends beyond the glass wall of its aquarium which mirrors it, while it does not see, close beside it, in the shadow, the human visitor who is amusing himself by watching its movements, or the all-powerful keeper who, at the unforeseen and fatal moment, postponed for the present, in the case of the Baron, for whom the keeper in Paris will be Madame Verdurin, will extract it without compunction from the place in which it was happily living, to cast it into another. Moreover, the races of mankind, insofar as they are not merely collections of individuals, may furnish us with examples more vast, but identical in each of their parts, of this profound, obstinate, and disconcerting blindness. Up to the present, if it was responsible for M. de Charlus discoursing to the little clan remarks of a wasted subtlety, or of an audacity which made his listeners smile at him in secret, it had not yet caused him, nor was it to cause him at Baalbec, any serious inconvenience. A trace of albumen, of sugar, of cardiac arrhythmia does not prevent life from remaining normal for the man who is not even conscious of it, when only the physician sees in it a prophecy of catastrophes in store. At present, the fondness, whether platonic or not, that M. de Charlus felt for Morel merely led the Baron to say spontaneously, in Morel's absence, that he thought him very good-looking, supposing that this would be taken in all innocence, and thereby acting like a clever man who, when summoned to make a statement before a court of law, will not be afraid to enter into details which are, apparently, to his disadvantage, but for that very reason are more natural and less vulgar than the conventional protestations of a stage culprit. With the same freedom, always between Saint-Martin-du-Chêne and Doncières-Ouest, or conversely on the return journey, M. de Charlus would readily speak of men who had, it appeared, very strange morals, and would even add, "After all, I say strange, I don't know why, for there's nothing so very strange about that," to prove to himself how thoroughly he was at ease with his audience, and so indeed he was, provided that it was he who retained the initiative, and that he knew his gallery to be mute and smiling, disarmed by credulity or good manners. When M. de Charlus was not speaking of his admiration for Morel's beauty, as though it had no connection with an inclination called a vice, he would refer to that vice, but as though he himself were in no way addicted to it. Sometimes, indeed, he did not hesitate to call it by its name, as, after examining the fine binding of his volume of Balzac, I asked him which was his favourite novel in the Comédie Humaine. He replied, his thoughts irresistibly attracted to the same topic, "Either one thing or the other, a tiny miniature like the Curé de Tours and the Femme Abandonnée, or one of the great frescoes like the series of Illusions Perdues." "What? You've never read Illusions Perdues? It's wonderful. The scene where Carlos Herrera asks the name of the chateau he is driving past, and it turns out to be Rastignac, the home of the young man he used to love. And then the abbé falls into a reverie, which Swann once called, and very aptly, the tristesse d'Olympio of pederasty. And the death of Lucien. I forgot who the man of taste was who, when he was asked what event in his life had most distressed him, replied, "The death of Lucien de Rubempré in Splendeur et Misère." "I know that Balzac is all the rage this year, as pessimism was last," Brichot interrupted. "But at the risk of distressing the hearts that are smitten with the Balzacian fever, without laying any claim, dammy, to being a policeman of letters, or drawing up a list of offences against the laws of grammar, I must confess that the copious improviser, whose alarming lucubrations you appear to me singularly to overrate, has always struck me as being an insufficiently meticulous scribe. I have read these Illusions Perdues, of which you are telling us, Baron, flagellating myself to attain to the fervour of an initiate, and I confess, in all simplicity of heart, that those serial instalments of bombastic balderdash, written in double Dutch and in triple Dutch, Esther heureuse, Où mènent les mauvais chemins, à combien l'amour revient au vieillard, have always had the effect on me of the mystère de Rocambole, exalted by an inexplicable preference to the precarious position of a masterpiece." "You say that because you know nothing of life," said the Baron, doubly irritated, for he felt that Brichot would not understand either his aesthetic reasons or the other kind. "I quite realize," replied Brichot, "that, to speak like Master François Rabelais, you mean that I am mout, sorbonagre, sorbonicole, et sorboniforme, and yet, just as much as any of the comrades, I like a book to give an impression of sincerity and real life. I'm not one of those clerks, the quart d'heure de Rabelais," the doctor broke in, with an air no longer of uncertainty, but of assurance as to his own wit, "who take a vow of literature, following the rule of the Abbé Aubois, yielding obedience to Monsieur le Vicomte de Chateaubriand, Grand Master of Common Form, according to the strict rule of the humanists. Monsieur le Vicomte de Chateaubriand's mistake—" "With fried potatoes," put in Dr. Cottard. "He is the patron saint of the brotherhood," continued Brichot, ignoring the wit of the doctor, who, on the other hand, alarmed by the Don's phrase, glanced anxiously at M. de Charlus. Brichot had seemed wanting in tact to Cottard, whose pun had brought a delicate smile to the lips of Princess Sherbatov. "With the professor, the mordant irony of the complete sceptic never forfeits its rights," she said kindly, to show that the scientist's witticism had not passed unperceived by herself. "The sage is of necessity sceptical," replied the doctor. "It's not my fault." "Gnothi se auton," said Socrates. "He was quite right. Excess in anything is a mistake. But I am dumbfoundered when I think that those words have sufficed to keep Socrates' name alive all this time. What is there in his philosophy? Very little, when all is said. When one reflects that Charcot and others have done work 1,000 times more remarkable, work which, moreover, is at least founded upon something, upon the suppression of the pupillary reflex as a syndrome of general paralysis, and that they are almost forgotten. After all, Socrates was nothing out of the common. They were people who had nothing better to do, and spent their time strolling about and splitting hairs. Like Jesus Christ, love one another. It's all very pretty." "My dear," Madame Cottard implored. "Naturally, my wife protests. Women are all neurotic." "But, my dear doctor, I'm not neurotic," murmured Madame Cottard. "What? She's not neurotic. When her son is ill, she exhibits phenomena of insomnia. Still, I quite admit that Socrates and all the rest of them are necessary for a superior culture to acquire the talent of exposition. I always quote his Gnothi se auton to my pupils at the beginning of the course. Père Bouchard, when he heard of it, congratulated me. I'm not one of those who hold to form for form's sake, any more than I should treasure in poetry the rhyme millionaire," replied Brichot. "But all the same, the comédie humaine, which is far from human, is more than the antithesis of those works in which the art exceeds the matter, as that worthy hack Ovid says. And it is permissible to choose a middle course, which leads to the presbytery of Meudon, or the hermitage of Ferney, equidistant from the Valley of the Wolves, in which René superbly performed the duties of a merciless pontificate, and from Les Jardins, where Honoré de Balzac, brow-beaten by the bailiffs, never ceased voiding upon paper to please a Polish woman like a zealot apostle of balderdash." "Chateaubriand is far more alive now than you say, and Balzac is, after all, a great writer," replied M. de Charlus, still too much impregnated with Swann's tastes not to be irritated by Brichot. "And Balzac was acquainted with even those passions which the rest of the world ignores or studies only to castigate them. Without referring again to the immortal Illusion perdue, Sarrasine, la fille aux yeux d'or, une passion dans le désert, even the distinctly enigmatic fausse maîtresse can be adduced in support of my argument. When I spoke of this unnatural aspect of Balzac to Swann, he said to me, 'You are of the same opinion as Taine.' I never had the honour of knowing Monsieur Taine," M. de Charlus continued, with that irritating habit of inserting an otiose monsieur to which people in society are addicted, even though they imagine that by styling a great writer monsieur, they are doing him an honour, perhaps keeping him at proper distance, and making it evident that they do not know him personally. "I never knew Monsieur Taine, but I felt myself greatly honoured by being of the same opinion as he." However, in spite of these ridiculous social affectations, M. de Charlus was extremely intelligent, and it is probable that if some remote marriage had established a connection between his family and that of Balzac, he would have felt, no less than Balzac himself for that matter, a satisfaction which he would have been unable to help displaying as a praiseworthy sign of condescension. Now and again, at the station after Saint-Martin-du-Chêne, some young men would get into the train. M. de Charlus could not refrain from looking at them, but as he cut short and concealed the attention he was paying them, he gave it the air of hiding a secret, more personal even than his real secret. One would have said that he knew them, allowed his acquaintance to appear in spite of himself, after he had accepted the sacrifice, before turning again to us, like children who, in consequence of a quarrel among their respective parents, have been forbidden to speak to certain of their schoolfellows, but who, when they meet them, cannot forego the temptation to raise their heads, before lowering them again before their tutor's menacing cane. At the word borrowed from the Greek, with which M de Charlus, in speaking of Balzac, had ended his comparison of the tristesse d'Olympio with the splendeur et misère, Ski, Brichot, and Cottard had glanced at one another with a smile perhaps less ironical than stamped with that satisfaction which people at a dinner party would show who had succeeded in making Dreyfus talk about his own case, or the Empress Eugénie about her reign. They were hoping to press him a little further upon this subject, but we were already at Doncières, where Morel joined us. In his presence, M. de Charlus kept a careful guard over his conversation, and when Ski tried to bring it back to the love of Carlos Herrera for Lucien de Rubempré, the Baron assumed the vexed, mysterious, and finally, seeing that nobody was listening to him, severe and judicial air of a father who hears people saying something indecent in front of his daughter. Ski, having shown some determination to pursue the subject, M. de Charlus, his eyes starting out of his head, raised his voice and said in a significant tone, looking at Albertine, who, as a matter of fact, could not hear what we were saying, being engaged with conversation with Madame Cottard and Princess Sherbatov, and with the suggestion of a double meaning of a person who wishes to teach ill-bred people a lesson, I think it is high time we began to talk of subjects that are likely to interest this young lady. But I quite realized that to him the young lady was not Albertine, but Morel. He proved, as it happened later on, the accuracy of my interpretation by the expressions that he employed when he begged that there might be no more of such conversation in front of Morel. "You know," he said to me, speaking of the violinist, "that he is not at all what you might suppose. He is a very respectable youth, who has always behaved himself. He is very serious." And one gathered from these words that M. de Charlus regarded sexual inversion as a danger as menacing to young men as prostitution is to women, and that if he employed the epithet respectable of Morel, it was in the sense that it has when applied to a young shop-girl. Then Brichot, to change the conversation, asked me whether I intended to remain much longer at Ancarville. I had pointed out to him more than once, but in vain, that I was staying not at Ancarville, but at Balbec. He always repeated the mistake, for it was by the name of Ancarville, or Balbec-Ancarville, that he described this section of the coast. There are people like that, who speak of the same things as ourselves, but call them by a slightly different name. A certain lady of the Faubourg Saint-Germain used invariably to ask me, when she meant to refer to the Duchesse de Guermantes, whether I had seen Zénaïde lately, or Oriane Zénaïde, the effect of which was that at first I did not understand her. Probably there had been a time when some relative of Madame de Guermantes, being named Oriane, she herself, to avoid confusion, had been known as Oriane Zénaïde. Perhaps, too, there had originally been a station only at Ancarville, from which one went in a carriage to Balbec. "Why, what have you been talking about?" said Albertine, astonished at the solemn, paternal tone which M. de Charlus had suddenly adopted. "About Balzac," the Baron hastily replied. "And you are wearing this evening the very same clothes as the Princesse de Cadignan. Not her first gown, which she wears at the dinner party, but the second. This coincidence was due to the fact that, in choosing Albertine's clothes, I sought inspiration in the taste that she had acquired thanks to Elsteer, who greatly appreciated a sobriety which might have been called British, had it not been tempered with a gentler, more flowing grace that was purely French. As a rule, the garments that he chose offered to the eye a harmonious combination of grey tones, like the dress of Diane de Cadignan. M de Charlus was almost the only person capable of appreciating Albertine's clothes at their true value. At a glance, his eye detected what constituted their rarity, justified their price. He would never have said the name of one stuff instead of another, and could always tell who had made them. Only he preferred, in women, a little more brightness and colour than Elster would allow. And so this evening she cast a glance at me, half smiling, half troubled, wrinkling her little pink cat's nose. Indeed, meeting over her skirt of grey crêpe de chine, her jacket of grey cheviot gave the impression that Albertine was dressed entirely in grey. But making a sign to me to help her, because her puffed sleeves needed to be smoothed down or pulled up, for her to get into or out of her jacket, she took it off, and as her sleeves were of a Scottish plaid in soft colours, pink, pale blue, dull green, pigeon's breast, the effect was as though in a grey sky there had suddenly appeared a rainbow. And she asked herself whether this would find favour with M. de Charlus. "Ah!" he exclaimed in delight. "Now we have a ray, a prism of colour. I offer you my sincerest compliments." "But it is this gentleman who has earned them," Albertine replied politely, pointing to myself, for she liked to show what she had received from me. "It is only women who do not know how to dress that are afraid of colours," went on M. de Charlus. "A dress may be brilliant without vulgarity, and quiet without being dull. Besides, you have not the same reasons as Madame de Cadignan for wishing to appear detached from life, for that was the idea which she wished to instill into D'Arthez by her grey gown." Albertine, who was interested in this mute language of clothes, questioned M. de Charlus about the Princesse de Cadignan. "Oh, it is a charming tale," said the Baron in a dreamy tone. "I know the little garden in which Diane de Cadignan used to stroll with Monsieur d'Espard. It belongs to one of my cousins." "All this talk about his cousin's garden," Brichot murmured to Cottard, "may, like his pedigree, be of some importance to this worthy baron, but what interest can it have for us who are not privileged to walk in it, do not know the lady, and possess no titles of nobility?" For Brichot had no suspicion that one might be interested in a gown and in a garden as works of art, and that it was in the pages of Balzac that M. de Charlus saw, in his mind's eye, the garden paths of Madame de Cadignan. The Baron went on. "But you know her," he said to me, speaking of this cousin, and by way of flattering me, addressing himself to me as a person who, exiled amid the little clan, was, to M. de Charlus, if not a citizen of his world, at any rate a visitor to it. "Anyhow, you must have seen her at Madame de Villeparisis." "Is that the Marquise de Villeparisis who owns the chateau at Beaucreux?" asked Brichot, with a captivated air. "Yes, do you know her?" inquired M. de Charlus dryly. "No, not at all," replied Brichot, "but our colleague Norpois spends part of his holidays every year at Beaucreux. I've had occasion to write to him there." I told Morel, thinking to interest him, that M. de Norpois was a friend of my father, but not a movement of his features showed that he had heard me. So little did he think of my parents, so far short did they fall in his estimation of what my great-uncle had been, who had employed Morel's father as his valet, and, as a matter of fact, being, unlike the rest of the family, fond of giving trouble, he had left a golden memory among his servants. "It appears that Madame de Villeparisis is a superior woman, but I have never been allowed to judge of that for myself, nor, for that matter, have any of my colleagues, for Norpois, who is the soul of courtesy and affability at the Institute, has never introduced any of us to the Marquise. I know of no one who has been received by her except our friend Thiraud d'Angin, who had an old family connection with her, and also Gaston Boissier, whom she was anxious to meet because of an essay which interested her especially. He dined with her once and came back quite enthralled by her charm. Madame Boissier, however, was not invited." At the sound of these names, Morel melted in a smile. "Ah, Thiraud d'Angin," he said to me, with an air of interest as great as had been his indifference when he heard me speak of the Marquis de Norpois and my father. "Thiraud d'Angin! Why, he and your uncle were as thick as thieves. Whenever a lady wanted a front seat for a reception at the Academy, your uncle would say, 'I shall write to Thiraud d'Angin,' and of course he got the ticket at once, for you can understand that Monsieur Thiraud d'Angin would never have dared to refuse anything to your uncle, who would have been certain to pay him out for it afterwards if he had. I can't help smiling either when I hear the name Boissier, for that was where your uncle ordered all the presents he used to give the ladies at New Year. I know all about it, because I knew the person he used to send for them." He had not only known him, the person was his father. Some of these affectionate allusions by Morel to my uncle's memory were prompted by the fact that we did not intend to remain permanently in the Hôtel Guermantes, where we had taken an apartment only on account of my grandmother. Now and again there would be talk of a possible move. Now, to understand the advice that Charlie Morel gave me in this connection, the reader must know that my great-uncle had lived in his day at 40 bis, Boulevard Malesherbes. The consequence was that, in the family, as we were in the habit of frequently visiting my uncle Adolphe, until the fatal day when I made a breach between my parents and him by telling them the story of the lady in pink, instead of saying, "at your uncle's," we used to say, "at 40 bis. If I were going to call upon some kinswoman, I would be warned to go first of all to 40 bis, in order that my uncle might not be offended by my not having begun my round with him. He was the owner of the house, and was, I must say, very particular as to the choice of his tenants, all of whom either were or became his personal friends. Colonel the Baron de Vatry used to look in every day and smoke a cigar with him, in the hope of making him consent to pay for repairs. The carriage entrance was always kept shut. If my uncle caught sight of a cloth or a rug hanging from one of the window-sills, he would dash into the room and have it removed in less time than the police would take to do so nowadays. All the same, he did let part of the house, reserving for himself only 2 floors and the stables. In spite of this, knowing that he was pleased when people praised the house, we used always to talk of the comfort of the little mansion, as though my uncle had been its sole occupant, and he allowed us to speak without uttering the formal contradiction that might have been expected. The little mansion was certainly comfortable, my uncle having installed in it all the most recent inventions, but there was nothing extraordinary about it. Only my uncle, while saying with a false modesty, "my little hovel," was convinced, or in any case had instilled into the valet, the latter's wife, the coachman, the cook, the idea that there was no place in Paris to compare for comfort, luxury, and general attractiveness with this little mansion. Charles Morel had grown up in this belief, nor had he outgrown it. And so, even on days when he was not talking to me, if in the train I mentioned to anyone else the possibility of our moving, at once he would smile at me and, with a wink of connivance, say, "Ah, what you want is something in the style of 40 bis. That's a place that would suit you down to the ground. Your uncle knew what he was about. I'm quite sure that in the whole of Paris there is nothing to compare with 40 bis." The melancholy air which M. de Charlus had assumed in speaking of the Princesse de Cadignan had left me in no doubt that the tale in question had not reminded him only of the little garden of a cousin, to whom he was not particularly attached. He became lost in meditation, and, as though he were talking to himself, "The secrets of the Princesse de Cadignan," he exclaimed. "What a masterpiece! How profound, how heart-rending the evil reputation of Diane, who is afraid that the man she loves may hear of it. What an eternal truth, and more universal than might appear, how far it extends." He uttered these words with a sadness in which, nevertheless, one felt that he found a certain charm. Certainly, M. de Charlus, unaware to what extent precisely his habits were or were not known, had been trembling for some time past at the thought that, when he returned to Paris and was seen there in Morel's company, the latter's family might intervene, and so his future happiness be jeopardized. This eventuality had probably not appeared to him hitherto, save as something profoundly disagreeable and painful. But the Baron was an artist to his fingertips, and now that he had begun to identify his own position with that described by Balzac, he took refuge, in a sense, in the tale. For the calamity which was perhaps in store for him, and did not in any case cease to alarm him, he had the consolation of finding in his own anxiety what Swann and also Saint-Loup would have called something quite Balzacian. This identification of himself with the Princesse de Cadignan had been made easy for M. de Charlus by virtue of the mental transposition which was becoming habitual with him, and of which he had already furnished several examples. It was enough in itself, moreover, to make the mere conversion of a woman as the beloved object into a young man immediately set in motion about him the whole sequence of social complications which develop round a normal love affair. When, for any reason, we introduce once and for all time a change in the calendar or in the daily timetable, if we make the year begin a few weeks later, or if we make midnight strike a quarter of an hour earlier, as the days will still consist of 24 hours and the months of 30 days, everything that depends upon the measure of time will remain unaltered. Everything may have been changed without causing any disturbance, since the ratio of the figures is still the same. So it is with lives which adopt Central European time, or the Eastern calendar. It seems even that the gratification a man derives from keeping an actress played a part in these relations. When, after their first meeting, M. de Charlus had made inquiries as to Morel's actual position, he must certainly have learnt that he was of humble extraction, but a girl with whom we are in love does not forfeit our esteem because she is the child of poor parents. On the other hand, the well-known musicians to whom he had addressed his inquiries had, and not even from any personal motive, unlike the friends who, when introducing Swann to Odette, had described her to him as more difficult and more sought after than she actually was, simply in the stereotyped manner of men in a prominent position overpraising a beginner, answered the Baron, "Ah, great talent, has made a name for himself. Of course he is still quite young, highly esteemed by experts, will go far," and with the mania which leads people who are innocent of inversion to speak of masculine beauty, "Besides, it is charming to watch him play. He looks better than anyone at a concert. He has lovely hair, holds himself so well. His head is exquisite. He reminds one of a violinist in a picture." And so M. de Charlus, raised to a pitch of excitement, moreover, by Morel himself, who did not fail to let him know how many offers had been addressed to him, was flattered by the prospect of taking him home with him, of making a little nest for him, to which he would often return. For during the rest of the time he wished him to enjoy his freedom, which was necessary to his career, which M. de Charlus meant him, however much money he might feel bound to give him, to continue, either because of the thoroughly Guermantes idea that a man ought to do something, that he acquires merit only by his talent, and that nobility or money is simply the additional cipher that multiplies a figure, or because he was afraid lest, having nothing to do and remaining perpetually in his company, the violinist might grow bored. Moreover, he did not wish to deprive himself of the pleasure which he found at certain important concerts in saying to himself, "The person they are applauding at this moment is coming home with me tonight." Fashionable people, when they are in love, and whatever the nature of their love, apply their vanity to anything that may destroy the anterior advantages from which their vanity would have derived satisfaction. End of section 28. Section 29 of Cities of the Plain by Marcel Proust, translated by C.K. Scott Moncrief. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Michael O'Kelly. The Sorrows of M. de Charlus. 6. His sham duel. Morel, feeling that I bore him no malice, being sincerely attached to M. de Charlus, and at the same time absolutely indifferent physically to both of us, ended by treating me with the same display of warm friendship as a courtesan who knows that you do not desire her, and that her lover has a sincere friend in you who will not attempt to part him from her. Not only did he speak to me exactly as Rachel, Saint-Loux's mistress, had spoken to me long ago, but what was more, to judge by what M. de Charlus reported to me, he used to say to him about me in my absence the same things that Rachel had said about me to Robert. In fact, M. de Charlus said to me, "He likes you so much," as Robert had said, "She likes you so much." And just as the nephew, on behalf of his mistress, so it was on Morel's behalf that the uncle often invited me to come and dine with them. There were, for that matter, just as many storms between them as there had been between Robert and Rachel. To be sure, after Charlie Morel had left us, M. de Charlus would sing his praises without ceasing, repeating, the thought of it was flattering to him, that the violinist was so good to him. But it was evident, nevertheless, that often Charlie, even in front of all the faithful, wore an irritated expression, instead of always appearing happy and submissive, as the Baron would have wished. This irritation became so violent in course of time, owing to the weakness which led M. de Charlus to forgive Morel his want of politeness, that the violinist made no attempt to conceal, if he did not even deliberately assume it. I have seen M. de Charlus, on entering a railway carriage in which Morel was sitting with some of his soldier friends, greeted with a shrug of the musician's shoulders, accompanied by a wink in the direction of his comrades. Or else he would pretend to be asleep, as though this incursion bored him beyond words. Or he would begin to cough, and the others would laugh, derisively mimicking the affected speech of men like M. de Charlus, would draw Charlie too into a corner, from which he would return, as though under compulsion, to sit by M. de Charlus, whose heart was pierced by all these cruelties. It is inconceivable how he can have put up with them, and these ever-varied forms of suffering set the problem of happiness in fresh terms for M. de Charlus, compelled him not only to demand more, but to desire something else, the previous combination being vitiated by a horrible memory. And yet, painful as these scenes came to be, it must be admitted that at first the genius of the humble son of France, traced for Morel, made him assume charming forms of simplicity, of apparent frankness, even of an independent pride which seemed to be inspired by disinterestedness. This was not the case, but the advantage of this attitude was all the more on Morel's side, since, whereas the person who is in love is continually forced to return to the charge to increase his efforts, it is, on the other hand, easy for him who is not in love to proceed along a straight line, inflexible and graceful. It existed by virtue of the privilege of the race in the face so open of this Morel, whose heart was so tightly shut, that face imbued with the neo-Hellenic grace which blooms in the basilicas of Champagne. Notwithstanding his affectation of pride, often when he caught sight of M. de Charlus at a moment when he was not expecting to see him, he would be embarrassed by the presence of the little clan, would blush, lower his eyes, to the delight of the Baron, who saw in this an entire romance. It was simply a sign of irritation and shame. The former sometimes found expression, for, calm and emphatically decent as Morel's attitude generally was, it was not without frequent contradictions. Sometimes, indeed, at something which the Baron said to him, Morel would come out in the harshest tone with an insolent retort which shocked everybody. M. de Charlus would lower his head with a sorrowful air, make no reply, and with that faculty which doting fathers possess of believing that the coldness, the rudeness of their children has passed unnoticed, would continue undeterred to sing the violinist's praises. M. de Charlus was not, indeed, always so submissive, but, as a rule, his attempts at rebellion proved abortive, principally because, having lived among people in society, in calculating the reactions that he might provoke, he made allowance for the baser instincts, whether original or acquired. Now, instead of these, he encountered in Morel a plebeian tendency to spells of indifference. Unfortunately for M. de Charlus, he did not understand that, with Morel, everything else must give place when the Conservatoire, and the good reputation of the Conservatoire, but with this, which was to be a more serious matter, we are not at present concerned, was in question. Thus, for instance, people of the middle class will readily change their names out of vanity, noblemen for personal advantage. To the young violinist, on the contrary, the name Morel was inseparably linked with his first prize for the violin, and so impossible to alter. M. de Charlus would have liked Morel to take everything from himself, including a name. Going upon the facts that Morel's other name was Charles, which resembled Charlus, and that the place where they were in the habit of meeting was called Les Charmes, he sought to persuade Morel that a pleasant name, easy to pronounce, being half the battle for artistic fame, the virtuoso ought without hesitation to take the name Charmel, a discreet allusion to the scene of their intimacy. Morel shrugged his shoulders. As a conclusive argument, M. de Charlus was unfortunately inspired to add that he had a footman of that name. He succeeded only in arousing the furious indignation of the young man. "There was a time when my ancestors were proud of the title of groom, of butler to the king." "There was also a time," replied Morel haughtily, "when my ancestors cut off your ancestors' heads." Monsieur de Charlus would have been greatly surprised had he been told that even if, abandoning the idea of Charmel, he made up his mind to adopt Morel and to confer upon him one of the titles of the Guermantes family which were at his disposal, but which circumstances, as we shall see, did not permit him to offer the violinist, the other would decline, thinking of the artistic reputation attached to the name Morel, and of the things that would be said about him in the class. So far above the Faubourg Saint-Germain did he place the Rue Bergère. And so Monsieur de Charlus was obliged to content himself with having symbolical rings made for Morel, bearing the antique device plus ultra Carlus. Certainly, in the face of an adversary of a sort with which he was unfamiliar, Monsieur de Charlus ought to have changed his tactics. But which of us is capable of that? Moreover, if Monsieur de Charlus made blunders, Morel was not guiltless of them either. Far more than the actual circumstance which brought about the rupture between them, what was destined, provisionally at least, but this provisional turned out to be final, to ruin him with Monsieur de Charlus, was that his nature included not only the baseness which made him lie down under harsh treatment and respond with insolence to kindness. Running parallel to this innate baseness, there was in him a complicated neurasthenia of ill-breeding, which, roused to activity on every occasion in which he was in the wrong or becoming a nuisance, meant that at the very moment when he had need of all his politeness, gentleness, gaiety to disarm the Baron, he became sombre, petulant, tried to provoke discussions on matters where he knew that the other did not agree with him, maintained his own hostile attitude with a weakness of argument and a slashing violence which enhanced that weakness. For, very soon running short of arguments, he invented fresh ones as he went along, in which he displayed the full extent of his ignorance and folly. These were barely noticeable when he was in a friendly mood and sought only to please. On the contrary, nothing else was visible in his fits of sombre humour, when, from being inoffensive, they became odious. Whereupon Monsieur de Charlus felt that he could endure no more, that his only hope lay in a brighter morrow, while Morel, forgetting that the Baron was enabling him to live in the lap of luxury, gave an ironical smile of condescending pity, and said, "I've never taken anything from anybody, which means that there is nobody to whom I owe a word of thanks." In the meantime, as though he had been dealing with a man of the world, Monsieur de Charlus continued to give vent to his rage, whether genuine or feigned, but in either case ineffective. It was not always so, however. Thus one day, which must be placed, as a matter of fact, subsequent to this initial period, when the Baron was returning with Charlie and myself from a luncheon party at the Verdurins, and expecting to spend the rest of the afternoon and the evening with the violinist at Doncières, the latter's dismissal of him as soon as we left the train with "No, I've an engagement," caused Monsieur de Charlus so keen a disappointment that, in spite of all his attempts to meet adversity with a brave face, I saw tears trickling down and melting the paint beneath his eyes as he stood helpless by the carriage door. Such was his grief that, since we intended, Albertine and I, to spend the rest of the day at Doncières, I whispered to her that I would prefer that we did not leave Monsieur de Charlus by himself, as he seemed, I could not say why, to be unhappy. The dear girl readily assented. I then asked M. de Charlus if he would not like me to accompany him for a little. He also assented, but declined to put my cousin to any trouble. I found a certain charm, and one doubtless not to be repeated, since I had made up my mind to break with her, in saying to her quietly, as though she were my wife, "I shall see you this evening," and in hearing her, as a wife might, give me permission to do as I thought fit, and authorize me, if M. de Charlus, to whom she was attached, needed my company, to place myself at his disposal. We proceeded, the Baron and I, he waddling obesely, his Jesuitical eyes downcast, and I following him, to a cafe where we were given beer. I felt M. de Charlus' eyes turning uneasily towards the execution of some plan. Suddenly he called for paper and ink, and began to write at an astonishing speed. While he covered sheet after sheet, his eyes glittered with furious fancies. When he had written 8 pages, "May I ask you to do me a great service?" he said to me. "You will excuse my sealing this note. I am obliged to do so. You will take a carriage, a motor car if you can find one, to get there as quickly as possible. You are certain to find Morel in his quarters, where he has gone to change his clothes. Poor boy, he tried to bluster a little when we parted, but you may be sure that his heart is fuller than mine. You will give him this note, and if he asks you where you met me, you will tell him that you stopped at Doncières, which for that matter is the truth, to see Robert, which is not quite the truth perhaps, but that you met me with a person whom you do not know, that I seemed to be extremely angry, that you thought you heard something about sending seconds. I am, as a matter of fact, fighting a duel tomorrow. Whatever you do, don't say that I am asking for him. Don't make any effort to bring him here. But if he wishes to come with you, don't prevent him from doing so. Go, my boy. It is for his own good. You may be the means of averting a great tragedy. While you are away, I am going to write to my seconds. I have prevented you from spending the afternoon with your cousin. I hope that she will bear me no ill will for that. Indeed, I am sure of it. For hers is a noble soul, and I know that she is one of the people who are strong enough not to resist the greatness of circumstances. You must thank her on my behalf. I am personally indebted to her, and I am glad that it should be so." I was extremely sorry for M. de Charlus. It seemed to me that Charlie might have prevented this duel, of which he was perhaps the cause, and I was revolted, if that were the case, that he should have gone off with such indifference, instead of staying to help his protector. My indignation was increased when, on reaching the house in which Morel lodged, I recognized the voice of the violinist, who, feeling the need of an outlet for his happiness, was singing boisterously, "Some Sunday morning when the wedding bells ring." If poor M. de Charlus had heard him, he who wished me to believe, and doubtless believed himself, that Morel's heart at that moment was full. Charlie began to dance with joy when he caught sight of me. "Hello, old boy, excuse me, addressing you like that. In this damned military life one picks up bad habits. What luck seeing you. I've nothing to do all evening. Let's go somewhere together. We can stay here if you like, or take a boat if you prefer that, or we can have some music. It's all the same to me." I told him that I was obliged to dine at Baalbek. He seemed anxious that I should invite him to dine there also, but I refrained from doing so. "But if you're in such a hurry, why have you come here?" "I brought you a note from M. de Charlus." At that moment all his gaiety vanished. His face contracted. "What? He can't leave me alone even here, so I'm a slave, am I? Oh, boy, be a sport. I'm not going to open his letter. You can tell him that you couldn't find me." "Wouldn't it be better to open it? I fancy that it contains something serious." "No, certainly not. You don't know all the lies, the infernal tricks that old scoundrel is up to. It's a dodge to make me go and see him. Very well, I'm not going. I want to have an evening in peace." "But isn't there going to be a duel tomorrow?" I asked Morel, whom I supposed to be equally well informed. "A duel?" he repeated, with an air of stupefaction. "I never heard a word about it. After all, it doesn't matter a damn to me. The dirty old beast can go and get ploughed in the guts if he likes. But wait a minute, this is interesting. I'm going to look at his letter after all. You can tell him that you left it here for me in case I should come in." While Morel was speaking to me, I was looking with amazement at the beautiful books which M. de Charlus had given him, and which littered his room. The violinist having refused to accept those labelled "I belong to the Baron," etc., a device which he felt to be insulting to himself as a mark of vassalage, the Baron, with the sentimental ingenuity in which his ill-starred love abounded, had substituted others originated by his ancestors, but ordered from the binder according to the circumstances of a melancholy friendship. Sometimes they were terse and confident, as "spes mea," or "expectata non eludet." Sometimes merely resigned, as "j'attendrai." Others were gallant, "même plaisir du maître," or counselled chastity, such as that borrowed from the family of Simian, sprinkled with azure towers and lilies, and given a fresh meaning, "sustendat lilia tures." Others, finally, were despairing, and appointed a meeting in heaven with him who had spurned the donor on earth, "manet ultima celo," and, finding the grapes which he had failed to reach too sour, pretending not to have sought what he had not secured, M. de Charlus said in one, "non mortale quod opto," but I had not time to examine them all. If M. de Charlus, in dashing this letter down upon paper, had seemed to be carried away by the demon that was inspiring his flying pen, as soon as Morel had broken the seal, a leopard between two roses gules with the motto "Atavis et armis," he began to read the letter as feverishly as M. de Charlus had written it, and over those pages, covered at breakneck speed, his eye ran no less rapidly than the Baron's pen. "Good God!" he exclaimed, "this is the last straw. But where am I to find him? Heaven only knows where he is now." I suggested that if he made haste, he might still find him perhaps at a tavern where he had ordered beer as a restorative. "I don't know whether I shall be coming back," he said to his landlady, and added in petto, "It will depend on how the cat jumps." A few minutes later we reached the café. I remarked M. de Charlus' expression at the moment when he caught sight of me. When he saw that I did not return unaccompanied, I could feel that his breath, his life, were restored to him. Feeling that he could not get on that evening without Morel, he had pretended that someone had told him that 2 officers of the regiment had spoken evil of him in connection with the violinist, and that he was going to send his seconds to call upon them. Morel had foreseen the scandal, his life in the regiment made impossible, and had hastened to the spot. In doing which he had not been altogether wrong, for to make his falsehood more plausible, M. de Charlus had already written to 2 of his friends, one was Godard, asking them to be his seconds. And if the violinist had not appeared, we may be certain that, in the frantic state in which M. de Charlus then was, and to change his sorrow into rage, he would have sent them with a challenge to some officer or other with whom it would have been a relief to him to fight. During the interval, M. de Charlus, remembering that he came of a race that was of purer blood than the House of France, told himself that it was really very good of him to take so much trouble over the son of a butler whose employer he would not have condescended to know. On the other hand, if his only amusement almost was now in the society of disreputable persons, the profoundly ingrained habit which such persons have of not replying to a letter, of failing to keep an appointment without warning you beforehand, without apologizing afterwards, aroused in him, since often enough his heart was involved, such a wealth of emotion, and the rest of the time caused him such irritation, inconvenience, and anger, that he would sometimes begin to regret the endless letters over nothing at all, the scrupulous exactitude of ambassadors and princes, who, even if, unfortunately, their personal charms left him cold, gave him, at any rate, some sort of peace of mind. Accustomed to Morel's ways, and how little hold he had over him, how incapable he was of insinuating himself into a life in which friendships that were vulgar but consecrated by force of habit occupied too much space and time to leave a stray hour for the great nobleman, evicted, proud and vainly imploring, M de Charlus was so convinced that the musician was not coming, was so afraid of losing him forever if he went too far, that he could barely repress a cry of joy when he saw him appear. But feeling himself the victor, he felt himself bound to dictate the terms of peace, and to extract from them such advantages as he might. "What are you doing here?" he said to him. "And you," he went on, gazing at myself, "I told you, whatever he did, not to bring him back with you." "He didn't want to bring me," said Morel, turning upon M. de Charlus in the artlessness of his coquetry a glance conventionally mournful and languorously old-fashioned, with an air, which he doubtless thought to be irresistible, of wanting to kiss the Baron and to burst into tears. "It was I who insisted on coming in spite of him. I come, in the name of our friendship, to implore you on my bended knees not to commit this rash act." M. de Charlus was wild with joy. The reaction was almost too much for his nerves. He managed, however, to control them. "The friendship to which you appeal at a somewhat inopportune moment," he replied in a dry tone, "ought, on the contrary, to make you support me when I decide that I cannot allow the impertinences of a fool to pass unaided. However, even if I chose to yield to the prayers of an affection which I have known better inspired, I should no longer be in a position to do so. My letters to my seconds have been sent off, and I have no doubt of their consent. You have always behaved towards me like a little idiot, and instead of priding yourself, as you had every right to do, upon the predilection which I have shown to you, instead of making known to the mob of sergeants or servants among them whom the law of military service compels you to live, what a source of incomparable satisfaction a friendship such as mine was to you, you have sought to make excuses for yourself, almost to make an idiotic merit of not being grateful enough. I know that in so doing," he went on, in order not to let it appear how deeply certain scenes had humiliated him, "you are guilty merely of having let yourself be carried away by the jealousy of others. But how is it that at your age you are childish enough, and a child ill-bred enough, not to have seen at once that your election by myself, and all the advantages that must result for you from it, were bound to excite jealousies, that all your comrades, while they egged you on to quarrel with me, were plotting to take your place? I have not thought it necessary to tell you of the letters that I have received in that connection from all the people in whom you place most confidence. I scorn the overtures of those flunkies, as I scorn their ineffective mockery. The only person for whom I care is yourself, since I am fond of you, but affection has its limits, and you ought to have guessed as much." Harsh as the word flunky might sound in the ears of Morel, whose father had been one, but precisely because his father had been one, the explanation of all the social misadventures by jealousy, an explanation fatuous and absurd, but of inexhaustible value, with which a certain class never fails to catch on, as infallibly as the old tricks of the stage with the theatrical audience, or the threat of the clerical peril in a parliament, found in him an adherence hardly less solid than in Françoise, or the servants of Madame de Guermantes, for whom jealousy was the sole cause of the misfortunes that beset humanity. He had no doubt that his comrades had tried to oust him from his position, and was all the more wretched at the thought of this disastrous, albeit imaginary, duel. "Oh, how dreadful!" exclaimed Charlie. "I shall never hold my head up again. But oughtn't they to see you before they go and call upon this officer?" "I don't know. I suppose they ought. I sent a word to one of them that I shall be here all evening, and can give him instructions." "I hope that before he comes I can make you listen to reason. You will anyhow let me stay with you?" Morel asked him tenderly. This was all that M. de Charlus wanted. He did not, however, yield at once. "You would do wrong to apply in this case the 'whoso loveth well chasteneth well' of the proverb, for it is yourself that I have loved well, and I intend to chasten, even after our parting, those who have basely sought to do you an injury. Until now, their inquisitive insinuations, when they dared to ask me how a man like myself could mingle with a boy of your sort, sprung from the gutter, I have answered only in the words of the motto of my La Rochefoucauld cousins, "'Tis my pleasure." I have indeed pointed out to you more than once that this pleasure was capable of becoming my chiefest pleasure, without there resulting from your arbitrary elevation any degradation of myself. And in an impulse of almost insane pride, he exclaimed, raising his arms in the air, "Tantus ab uno splendor! To condescend is not to descend." He went on in a calmer tone after this delirious outburst of pride and joy. "I hope at least that my two adversaries, notwithstanding their inferior rank, are of a blood that I can shed without reproach. I have made certain discreet inquiries in that direction, which have reassured me. If you retained a shred of gratitude towards me, you ought, on the contrary, to be proud to see that for your sake I am reviving the bellicose humour of my ancestors, saying, like them, in the event of a fatal issue, now that I have learned what a little rascal you are, 'Death to me is life.'" And M. de Charlus said this sincerely, not only because of his love of Morel, but because a martial instinct, which he quaintly supposed to have come down to him from his ancestors, filled him with such joy at the thought of fighting, that this duel, which he had originally invented with the sole object of making Morel come to him, he could not now abandon without regret. He had never engaged in any affair of the sort without at once imagining himself the victor, and identifying himself with the illustrious Constable de Guermantes, whereas in the case of anyone else, this same action of taking the field appeared to him to be of the utmost insignificance. "I'm sure it'll be a fine sight," he said to us in all sincerity, dwelling upon each word, "to see Sarah Bernhardt in L'Aiglon. What is that but tripe? Mounet-Sully in Oedipus, tripe. At the most, it assumes a certain pallid transfiguration when it is performed in the arena of Nîmes. But what is it compared to that unimaginable spectacle, the lineal descendant of the Constable engaged in battle?" At the mere thought of such a thing, M. de Charlus, unable to contain himself for joy, began to make passes in the air which recalled Molière, made us take the precaution of drawing our glasses closer, and fear that, when the swords crossed, the combatants, doctor and seconds, would at once be wounded. "What a tempting spectacle it would be for a painter! You who know Monsieur Elstir," he said to me, "you ought to bring him." I replied that he was not in the neighbourhood. M. de Charlus suggested that he might be summoned by telegraph. "Oh, I say it in his interest," he added in response to my silence. "It is always interesting for a master, which he is in my opinion, to record such an instance of racial survival, and they occur perhaps once in a century." But if M. de Charlus was enchanted at the thought of a duel which he had meant at first to be entirely fictitious, Morel was thinking with terror of the stories that might be spread abroad by the regimental band, and might, thanks to the stir that would be made by this duel, penetrate to the Holy of Holies in the Rue Bergère. Seeing in his mind's eye the class fully informed, he became more and more insistent with M. de Charlus, who continued to gesticulate before the intoxicating idea of a duel. He begged the Baron to allow him not to leave him until the day after next, the supposed day of the duel, so that he might keep him within sight and try to make him listen to the voice of reason. So tender a proposal triumphed over M. de Charlus' final hesitations. He said that he would try to find a way out of it, that he would postpone his final decision for 2 days. In this fashion, by not making any definite arrangement at once, M. de Charlus knew that he could keep Charlie with him for at least 2 days, and make use of the time to fix future engagements with him in exchange for his abandoning the duel, an exercise, he said, which in itself delighted him, and which he could not forego without regret. And in saying this he was quite sincere, for he had always enjoyed taking the field when it was a question of crossing swords or exchanging shots with an adversary. Cottard arrived at length, although extremely late, for, delighted to act as second, but even more upset by the prospect, he had been obliged to halt at all the cafes or farms by the way, asking the occupants to be so kind as to show him the way to number 100, or a certain place. As soon as he arrived, the Baron took him into another room, for he thought it more correct that Charlie and I should not be present at the interview, and excelled in making the most ordinary room serve for the time being as throne-room or council-chamber. When he was alone with Cottard, he thanked him warmly, but informed him that it seemed probable that the remark which had been repeated to him had never really been made, and requested that, in view of this, the doctor would be so good as to let the other second know that, barring possible complications, the incident might be regarded as closed. Now that the prospect of danger was withdrawn, Cottard was disappointed. He was indeed tempted for a moment to give vent to anger, but he remembered that one of his masters, who had enjoyed the most successful medical career of his generation, having failed to enter the academy at his first election by 2 votes only, had put a brave face on it, and had gone and shaken hands with his successful rival, and so the doctor refrained from any expression of indignation, which could have made no difference, and after murmuring, he the most timorous of men, that there were certain things which one could not overlook, added that it was better so, that this solution delighted him. M. de Charlus, desirous of showing his gratitude to the doctor, just as the Duke, his brother, would have straightened the collar of my father's greatcoat, or rather as a duchess would put her arm around the waist of a plebeian lady, brought his chair close to the doctor's, notwithstanding the dislike he felt for the other, and not only without any physical pleasure, but having first to overcome a physical repulsion, as a Guermantes, not as an invert, in taking leave of the doctor, he clasped his hand and caressed it for a moment with the affection of a rider rubbing his horse's nose and giving it a lump of sugar. But Cottard, who had never allowed the Baron to see that he had so much as heard the vaguest rumours as to his morals, but nevertheless regarded him in his private judgment as one of the class of abnormals, indeed with his habitual inaccuracy in the choice of terms, and in the most serious tone, he said of one of M. Verdurin's footmen, "Isn't he the Baron's mistress?" Persons of whom he had little personal experience imagined that this stroking of his hand was the immediate prelude to an act of violence, in anticipation of which, the duel being a mere pretext, he had been enticed into a trap, and led by the Baron into this remote apartment, where he was about to be forcibly outraged. Not daring to stir from his chair, to which fear kept him glued, he rolled his eyes in terror, as though he had fallen into the hands of a savage, who, for all he could tell, fed upon human flesh. At length, M. de Charlus, releasing his hand, and anxious to be hospitable to the end, said, "Won't you come and take something with us, as the saying is, what in the old days used to be called a mazagran, or a gloria, drinks that are no longer to be found as archaeological curiosities, except in the plays of La Biche and the cafés of Doncières. A gloria would be distinctly suitable to the place, and to the occasion. What do you say?" "I'm president of the Anti-Alcohol League," replied Cottard. "Some country sawbones has only got to pass, and it will be said that I do not practice what I preach. Os homini sublime dedit celumque turi," he added, not that this had any bearing on the matter, but because his stock of Latin quotations was extremely limited, albeit sufficient to astound his pupils. M. de Charlus shrugged his shoulders, and led Cottard back to where we were, after exacting a promise of secrecy, which was all the more important to him, since the motive for the abortive duel was purely imaginary. It must on no account reach the ears of the officer whom he had arbitrarily selected as his adversary. While the four of us sat there drinking, Madame Cottard, who had been waiting for her husband outside, where M. de Charlus could see her quite well, though he had made no effort to summon her, came in and greeted the Baron, who held out his hand to her as though to a housemaid, without rising from his chair, partly in the manner of a king receiving homage, partly as a snob who does not wish a woman of humble appearance to sit down at his table, partly as an egoist who enjoys being alone with his friends and does not wish to be bothered. So Madame Cottard remained standing while she talked to M. de Charlus and her husband, but, possibly because politeness, the knowledge of what ought to be done, is not the exclusive privilege of the Guermantes, and may all of a sudden illuminate and guide the most uncertain brains, or else because, himself constantly unfaithful to his wife, Cottard felt at odd moments, as a sort of compensation, the need to protect her against anyone else who failed in his duty to her, the doctor quickly frowned, a thing I had never seen him do before, and, without consulting M. de Charlus, said in a tone of authority, "Come, Leontine, don't stand about like that. Sit down." "But are you sure I'm not disturbing you?" Madame Cottard inquired timidly of M. de Charlus, who, surprised by the doctor's tone, had made no observation, whereupon, without giving him a second chance, Cottard repeated with authority, "I told you to sit down." Presently the party broke up, and then M. de Charlus said to Morel, "I conclude from all this business, which has ended more happily than you deserved, that you are incapable of looking after yourself, and that, at the expiry of your military service, I must lead you back myself to your father, like the archangel Raphael sent by God to the young Tobias." And the Baron began to smile, with an air of grandeur, and a joy which Morel, to whom the prospect of being thus led home afforded no pleasure, did not appear to share. In the exhilaration of comparing himself to the archangel, and Morel to the son of Tobit, M. de Charlus no longer thought of the purpose of his speech, which had been to explore the ground and see whether, as he had hoped, Morel would consent to come with him to Paris. Intoxicated with his love, or with his self-love, the Baron did not see, or pretended not to see, the violinist's wry grimace, for, leaving him by himself in the café, he said to me with a proud smile, "Did you notice, when I compared him to the son of Tobit, he became wild with joy? That was because, being extremely intelligent, he at once understood that the father, in whose company he was henceforth to live, was not his father after the flesh, who must be some horrible valet with moustaches, but his spiritual father, that is to say, myself. What a triumph for him! How proudly he reared his head! What joy he felt at having understood me! I am sure that he will now repeat day by day, O God, who didst give the blessed Archangel Raphael as guide to thy servant Tobias upon a long journey, grant to us, thy servants, that we may ever be protected by him and armed with his succour. I had no need even, added the Baron, firmly convinced that he would one day sit before the throne of God, to tell him that I was the heavenly messenger. He realized it for himself, and was struck dumb with joy. And M. de Charlus, whom his joy, on the contrary, did not deprive of speech, regardless of the passers-by, who turned to stare at him, supposing that he must be a lunatic, cried out by himself, and at the top of his voice, raising his hands in the air, Alleluia! This reconciliation gave but a temporary respite to M. de Charlus' torments. Often, when Morel had gone out on training too far away for M. de Charlus to be able to go and visit him, or to send me to talk to him, he would write the Baron desperate and affectionate letters, in which he assured him that he was going to put an end to his life, because, owing to a ghastly affair, he must have 25,000 francs. He did not mention what this ghastly affair was, and had he done so, it would doubtless have been an invention. As far as the money was concerned, M. de Charlus would willingly have sent him it, had he not felt that it would make Charlie independent of him and free to receive the favours of someone else. And so he refused, and his telegrams had the dry, cutting tone of his voice. When he was certain of their effect, he hoped that Morel would never forgive him, for, knowing very well that it was the contrary that would happen, he could not help dwelling upon all the drawbacks that would be revived with this inevitable tie. But if no answer came from Morel, he lay awake all night, had not a moment's peace. So great is the number of things of which we live in ignorance, and of the interior and profound realities that remain hidden from us. And so he would form every conceivable supposition as to the enormity which put Morel in need of the 25,000 francs, give it every possible shape, labelled it with, one after another, many proper names. I believe that at such moments M. de Charlus, in spite of the fact that his snobbishness, which was now diminishing, had already been overtaken, if not outstripped, by his increasing curiosity as to the ways of the lower orders, must have recalled with a certain longing the lovely, many-coloured whirl of the fashionable gatherings at which the most charming men and women sought his company only for the disinterested pleasure that it afforded them, where nobody would have dreamed of doing him down, of inventing a ghastly affair on the strength of which one is prepared to take one's life if one does not at once receive 25,000 francs. I believe that then, and perhaps because he had after all remained more Combray at heart than myself, and had grafted a feudal dignity upon his Germanic pride, he must have felt that one cannot with impunity lose one's heart to a servant, and that the lower orders are by no means the same thing as society. That, in short, he did not get on with the lower orders, as I have always done. The next station upon the little railway, Manneville, reminds me of an incident in which Morel and M. de Charlus were concerned. Before I speak of it, I ought to mention that the halt of the train at Manneville, when one was escorting to Baalbec a fashionable stranger who, to avoid giving trouble, preferred not to stay at La Raspadière, was the occasion of scenes less painful than that which I am just about to describe. The stranger, having his light luggage with him in the train, generally found that the Grand Hotel was rather too far away, but as there was nothing until one came to Baalbec except small bathing places with uncomfortable villas, had, yielding to a preference for comfortable surroundings, resigned himself to the long journey when, as the train came to a standstill at Manneville, he saw the palace staring at him in the face, and never suspected that it was a house of ill fame. "But don't let us go any further," he would invariably say to Madame Cottard, a woman well known for her practical judgment and sound advice. "There's the very thing I want. What is the use of going on to Baalbec, where I certainly shan't find anything better? I can tell at a glance that it has all the modern comforts. I can quite well invite Madame Verdurin there, for I intend, in return for her hospitality, to give a few little parties in her honour. She won't have so far to come as if I stay at Baalbec. This seems to me the very place for her, and for your wife, my dear Professor. There are bound to be sitting-rooms. We can have the ladies there. Between you and me, I can't imagine why Madame Verdurin didn't come and settle here instead of taking La Raspallière. It's far healthier than an old house like La Raspallière, which is bound to be damp, and is not clean either. They've no hot water laid on. One can never get a wash. Now, Manneville strikes me as being far more attractive. Madame Verdurin would have played the hostess here to perfection. However, tastes differ. I intend, anyhow, to remain here. Madame Cottard, won't you come along with me? We shall have to be quick, for the train will be starting again in a minute. You can pilot me through that house, which you must know inside out, for you must often have visited it. It is the ideal setting for you." The others would have the greatest difficulty in making the unfortunate stranger hold his tongue, and still more in preventing him from leaving the train, while he, with the obstinacy which often arises from a blunder, insisted, gathered his luggage together, and refused to listen to a word until they had assured him that neither Madame Verdurin nor Madame Cottard would ever come to call upon him there. "Anyway, I'm going to make my headquarters there. Madame Verdurin has only to write if she wishes to see me." End of section 29. Section 30 of Cities of the Plain by Marcel Proust, translated by C. K. Scott Moncrief. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Michael O'Kelly. The stations on the Transatlantic. The incident that concerns Morel was of a more highly specialized order. There were others, but I confine myself at present, as the train halts and the porter calls out, "Dossier, Gretavast, Manneville," etc., to noting down the particular memory that the watering place or garrison town recalls to me. I have already mentioned Manneville, Media Villa, and the importance that it had acquired from that luxurious establishment of women which had recently been built there, not without arousing futile protests from the mothers of families. But before I proceed to say why Manneville is associated in my memory with Morel and M de Charlus, I must make a note of the disproportion, which I shall have occasion to examine more thoroughly later on, between the importance that Morel attached to keeping certain hours free and the triviality of the occupations to which he pretended to devote them, this same disproportion recurring amid the explanations of another sort which he gave to M de Charlus. He who played the disinterested artist for the Baron's benefit, and might do so without risk in view of the generosity of his protector, when he wished to have the evening to himself in order to give a lesson, etc., never failed to add to his excuse the following words, uttered with a smile of cupidity: "Besides, there may be 40 francs to be got out of it. That's always something. You will let me go, for, don't you see, it's all to my advantage. Damn it all, I haven't got a regular income like you. I have my way to make in the world. It's a chance of earning a little money." Morel, in professing his anxiety to give his lesson, was not altogether insincere. For one thing, it is false to say that money has no colour. A new way of earning them gives a fresh lustre to coins that are tarnished with use. Had he really gone out to give a lesson, it is probable that a couple of louis handed to him as he left the house by a girl pupil would have produced a different effect on him from a couple of louis coming from the hand of M. de Charlus. Besides, for a couple of louis, the richest of men would travel miles, which become leagues when one is the son of a valet. But frequently M. de Charlus had his doubts as to the reality of the violin lesson, doubts which were increased by the fact that often the musician pleaded excuses of another sort, entirely disinterested from the material point of view, and at the same time absurd. In this, Morel could not help presenting an image of his life, but one that deliberately, and unconsciously too, he so darkened that only certain parts of it could be made out. For a whole month he placed himself at M. de Charlus' disposal, on condition that he might keep his evenings free, for he was anxious to put in regular attendance at a course of algebra. Come and see M. de Charlus after the class? Oh, that was impossible. The classes went on sometimes very late. Even after 2 o'clock in the morning? The Baron asked. Sometimes. But you can learn algebra just as easily from a book. More easily, for I don't get very much out of the lectures. Very well, then. Besides, algebra can't be of any use to you. I like it. It soothes my nerves. It cannot be algebra that makes him ask leave to go out at night, M. de Charlus said to himself. Can he be working for the police? In any case, Morel, whatever objection might be made, reserved certain evening hours, whether for algebra or for the violin. On one occasion it was for neither, but for the Prince de Guermantes, who, having come down for a few days to that part of the coast to pay the Princess de Luxembourg a visit, picked up the musician without knowing who he was, or being recognized by him either, and offered him 50 francs to spend the night with him in the brothel at Manneville. A twofold pleasure for Morel in the profit received from M. de Guermantes, and in the delight of being surrounded by women whose sunburned breasts would be visible to the naked eye. In some way or other, M. de Charlus got wind of what had occurred, and of the place appointed, but did not discover the name of the seducer. Mad with jealousy, and in the hope of finding out who he was, he telegraphed to Jupien, who arrived 2 days later, and when, early in the following week, Morel announced that he would again be absent, the Baron asked Jupien if he would undertake to bribe the woman who kept the establishment, and make her promise to hide the Baron and himself in some place where they could witness what occurred. That's all right, I'll see to it, dearie, Jupien assured the Baron. It is hard to imagine to what extent this anxiety was agitating, and by so doing had momentarily enriched, the mind of M. de Charlus. Love is responsible in this way for regular volcanic upheavals of the mind. In his, which a few days earlier resembled a plain so uniform that, as far as the eye could reach, it would have been impossible to make out an idea rising above the level surface, there had suddenly sprung into being, hard as stone, a chain of mountains, but mountains as elaborately carved as if some sculptor, instead of quarrying and carting his marble from them, had chiselled it on the spot, in which there writhed, in vast titanic groups, fury, jealousy, curiosity, envy, hatred, suffering, pride, terror, and love. Meanwhile, the evening on which Morel was to be absent had come. Jupien's mission had proved successful. He and the Baron were to be there about 11 o'clock, and would be put in a place of concealment. When they were still 3 streets away from this gorgeous house of prostitution, to which people came from all the fashionable resorts in the neighbourhood, M de Charlus had begun to walk upon tiptoe, to disguise his voice, to beg Jupien not to speak so loud, lest Morel should hear them from inside. Whereas, on creeping stealthily into the entrance hall, M de Charlus, who was not accustomed to places of the sort, found himself, to his terror and amazement, in a gathering more clamorous than the Stock Exchange or a sale-room. It was in vain that he begged the girls who gathered round him to moderate their voices. For that matter, their voices were drowned by the stream of announcements and awards made by an old assistant matron in a very brown wig, her face crackled with the gravity of a Spanish attorney or priest, who kept shouting at every minute, in a voice of thunder, ordering the doors to be alternately opened and shut, like a policeman regulating the flow of traffic. "Take this gentleman to 28, the Spanish room. Let no more in. Open the door again. These gentlemen want Mademoiselle Noémie. She's expecting them in the Persian parlour." M de Charlus was as terrified as a countryman who has to cross the boulevards. While, to take a simile infinitely less sacrilegious than the subject represented on the capitals of the porch of the old church of Cour-la-Ville, the voices of the young maids repeated in a lower tone unceasingly the assistant matron's orders, like the catechisms that we hear schoolchildren chanting beneath the echoing vault of a parish church in the country. However great his alarm, M de Charlus, who in the street had been trembling lest he should make himself heard, convinced in his own mind that Morel was at the window, was perhaps not so frightened after all in the din of those huge staircases, on which one realized that from the rooms nothing could be seen. Coming at length to the end of his Calvary, he found Mademoiselle Noémie, who was to conceal him with Jupien, but began by shutting him up in a sumptuously furnished Persian sitting-room, from which he could see nothing at all. She told him that Morel had asked for some orangeade, and that as soon as he was served, the 2 visitors would be taken to a room with a transparent panel. In the meantime, as someone was calling for her, she promised them, like a fairy godmother, that to help them pass the time, she was going to send them a clever little lady, for she herself was called away. The clever little lady wore a Persian wrapper, which she proposed to remove. M de Charlus begged her to do nothing of the sort, and she rang for champagne, which cost 40 francs a bottle. Morel, as a matter of fact, was, during this time, with the Prince de Guermantes. He had, for form's sake, pretended to go into the wrong room by mistake, had entered one in which there were 2 women, who had made haste to leave the 2 gentlemen undisturbed. M de Charlus knew nothing of this, but was fidgeting with rage, trying to open the doors, sent for Mademoiselle Noémie, who, hearing the clever little lady give M de Charlus certain information about Morel which was not in accordance with what she herself had told Jupien, banished her promptly, and sent presently, as a substitute for the clever little lady, a dear little lady, who exhibited nothing more, but told them how respectable the house was, and called, like her predecessor, for champagne. The Baron, foaming with rage, sent again for Mademoiselle Noémie, who said to them, "Yes, it is taking rather long. The ladies are doing poses. He doesn't look as if he wanted to do anything." Finally, yielding to the promises, the threats of the Baron, Mademoiselle Noémie went away with an air of irritation, assuring them that they would not be kept waiting more than 5 minutes. The 5 minutes stretched out into an hour, after which Noémie came and tiptoed in front of M. de Charlus, blind with rage, and Jupien, plunged in misery, to a door which stood ajar, telling them, "You'll see splendidly from here. However, it's not very interesting just at present. He's with 3 ladies. He's telling them about life in his regiment." At length the Baron was able to see through the cleft of the door, and also the reflection in the mirrors beyond. But a deadly terror forced him to lean back against the wall. It was indeed Morel that he saw before him, but, as though the pagan mysteries and enchantments still existed, it was rather the shade of Morel embalmed, not even Morel restored to life like Lazarus, an apparition of Morel, a phantom of Morel walking or called up in that room, in which the walls and couches everywhere repeated the emblems of sorcery, that was visible a few feet away from him in profile. Morel had, as though he were already dead, lost all his colour. Among these women, with whom one might have expected him to be making merry, he remained livid, fixed in an artificial immobility. To drink the glass of champagne that stood before him, his arm, sapped of its strength, tried in vain to reach out, and dropped back again. One had the impression of that ambiguous state implied by a religion which speaks of morality, but means by it something that does not exclude annihilation. The women were plying him with questions. "You see," Mademoiselle Noémie whispered to the Baron, "they're talking to him about his life in the regiment. It's amusing, isn't it?" Here she laughed. "You're glad you came? He is calm, isn't he?" she added, as though she were speaking of a dying man. The women's questions came thick and fast, but Morel, inanimate, had not the strength to answer them. Even the miracle of a whispered word did not occur. M. de Charlus hesitated for barely a moment before he grasped what had really happened, namely that, whether from clumsiness on Joupien's part, when he had called to make the arrangements, or from the expansive power of a secret lodged in any breast, which means that no secret is ever kept, or from the natural indiscretion of these ladies, or from their fear of the police, Morel had been told that 2 gentlemen had paid a large sum to be allowed to spy on him. Unseen hands had spirited away the Prince de Guermantes, metamorphosed into 3 women, and had placed the unhappy Morel, trembling, paralyzed with fear, in such a position that, if M. de Charlus had but a poor view of him, he, terrorized, speechless, not daring to lift his glass for fear of letting it fall, had a perfect view of the Baron. The story, moreover, had no happier ending for the Prince de Guermantes. When he had been sent away, so that M. de Charlus should not see him, furious at his disappointment, without suspecting who was responsible for it, he had implored Morel, still without letting him know who he was, to make an appointment with him for the following night in the tiny villa which he had taken, and which, despite the shortness of his projected stay in it, he had, obeying the same insensate habit which we have observed in Madame de Villeparisis, decorated with a number of keepsakes, so that he might feel more at home. And so, next day, Morel, turning his head at every moment, trembling with fear of being followed and spied upon by M. de Charlus, had finally, having failed to observe any suspicious passer-by, entered the villa. A valet showed him into the sitting-room, telling him that he would inform Monsieur. His master had warned him not to utter the word Prince, for fear of arousing suspicions. But when Morel found himself alone, and went to the mirror to see that his forelock was not disarranged, he felt as though he were the victim of a hallucination. The photographs on the mantelpiece, which the violinist recognized, for he had seen them in M. de Charlus' room, of the Princesse de Guermantes, the Duchesse de Luxembourg, Madame de Villeparisis, left him at first petrified with fright. At the same moment he caught sight of the photograph of M de Charlus, which was placed a little behind the rest. The Baron seemed to be concentrating upon Morel a strange, fixed glare. Mad with terror, Morel, recovering from his first stupor, never doubting that this was a trap into which M. de Charlus had led him in order to put his fidelity to the test, sprang at one bound down the steps of the villa and set off along the road as fast as his legs would carry him. And when the prince, thinking that he had kept a casual acquaintance waiting sufficiently long, and not without asking himself whether it were quite prudent and whether the person might not be dangerous, entered the room, he found nobody there. In vain did he and his valet, afraid of burglary and armed with revolvers, search the whole house, which was not large, every corner of the garden, and the basement. The companion of whose presence he had been certain had completely vanished. He met him several times in the course of the week that followed, but on each occasion it was Morel, the dangerous person, who turned tail and fled, as though the prince were more dangerous still. Confirmed in his suspicions, Morel never outgrew them, and even in Paris the sight of the Prince de Guermantes was enough to make him take to his heels. Whereby M. de Charlus was protected from a betrayal which filled him with despair, and avenged, without ever having imagined such a thing, still less how it came about. But already my memories of what I have been told about all this are giving place to others, for the BAG, resuming its slow crawl, continues to set down or take up passengers at the following stations. At Gratavast, where his sister lived with whom he had been spending the afternoon, there would sometimes appear Monsieur Pierre de Verjus, Comte de Crécy, who was simply called the Comte de Crécy, a gentleman without means, but of the highest nobility, whom I had come to know through the Combramet, although he was by no means intimate with them. As he was reduced to an extremely modest, almost a penurious existence, I felt that a cigar, a drink, were things that gave him so much pleasure that I formed the habit, on the days when I could not see Albertine, of inviting him to Balbec. A man of great refinement, endowed with a marvellous power of self-expression, snow-white hair, and a pair of charming blue eyes, he generally spoke in a faint murmur, very delicately, of the comforts of life in a country house, which he had evidently known from experience, and also of pedigrees. On my inquiring what was the badge engraved on his ring, he told me with a modest smile, "It's a branch of verjuice," and he added with relish, as though sipping a vintage, "Our arms are a branch of verjuice, symbolic since my name is Verjus, slipped and leaved vert." But I fancy that he would have been disappointed if at Balbec I had offered him nothing better to drink than verjuice. He liked the most expensive wines, because he had had to go without them, because of his profound knowledge of what he was going without, because he had a palate, perhaps also because he had an exorbitant thirst. And so, when I invited him to dine at Balbec, he would order the meal with the refinement of skill, but ate a little too much, and drank copiously, made them warm the wines that needed warming, placed those that needed cooling upon ice. Before dinner and after, he would give the right date or number for a port or an old brandy, as he would have given the date of the creation of a marquisate which was not generally known, but with which he was no less familiar. As I was in Aimé's eyes a favoured customer, he was delighted that I should give these special dinners, and would shout to the waiters, "Quick, lay number 25. He did not even say lay, but lay me, as though the table were for his own use. And as the language of head waiters is not quite the same as that of subheads, assistants, boys, and so forth, When the time came for me to ask for the bill, he would say to the waiter who had served us, making a continuous soothing gesture with the back of his hand, as though he were trying to calm a horse that was ready to take the bit in its teeth, "Don't go too fast," in adding up the bill. "Go gently, very gently." Then, as the waiter was retiring with this guidance, Aimé, fearing lest his recommendations might not be carried out to the letter, would call him back. "Here, let me make it out." And as I told him not to bother, "It's one of my principles that we ought never, as the saying is, to sting a customer." As for the manager, since my guest was attired simply, always in the same clothes, which were rather threadbare, albeit nobody would so well have practised the art of dressing expensively like one of Balzac's dandies had he possessed the means, he confined himself, out of respect for me, to watching from a distance to see that everything was all right, and ordering, with a glance, a wedge to be placed under one leg of the table which was not steady. This was not to say that he was not qualified, though he concealed his early struggles, to lend a hand like anyone else. It required some exceptional circumstance, nevertheless, to induce him one day to carve the turkey poults himself. I was out, but I heard afterwards that he carved them with a sacerdotal majesty, surrounded, at a respectful distance from the service table, by a ring of waiters who were endeavouring thereby not so much to learn the art as to make themselves conspicuously visible, and stood gaping in open-mouthed admiration. Visible to the manager, for that matter, as he plunged a slow gaze into the flanks of his victims, and no more removed his eyes, filled with a sense of his exalted mission, from them than if he had been expected to read in them some augury, they were certainly not. The hierophant was not conscious of my absence even. When he heard of it, he was distressed. "What, you didn't see me carving the turkey poults myself?" I replied that having failed, so far, to see Rome, Venice, Siena, the Prado, the Dresden Gallery, the Indies, Serra in Phèdre, I had learned to resign myself, and I would add his carving of turkey poults to my list. The comparison with the dramatic art, Serra in Phèdre, was the only one that he seemed to understand, for he had already been told by me that on days of gala performances the elder Coquelin had accepted a beginner's parts, even that of a character who says but a single line, or nothing at all. "It doesn't matter. I'm sorry for your sake. When shall I be carving again? It will need some great event. It will need a war." It did, as a matter of fact, need the armistice. From that day onwards, the calendar was changed. Time was reckoned thus. "That was the day after I carved the turkeys myself." "That's right. A week after the manager carved the turkeys himself." And so this prosectomy furnished, like the Nativity of Christ, or the Hegira, the starting point for a calendar different from the rest, but neither so extensively adopted nor so long observed. The sadness of M. de Crécy's life was due just as much to his no longer keeping horses and a succulent table, to his mixing exclusively with people who are capable of supposing that the Cambrémé and the Guermantes were one and the same thing. When he saw that I knew that Le Grandin, who had now taken to calling himself Le Grand de mes Églises, had no right to that name, being moreover heated by the wine that he was drinking, he broke out in a transport of joy. His sister said to me with an understanding air, "My brother is never so happy as when he has a chance of talking to you." He felt indeed that he was alive, now that he had discovered somebody who knew the unimportance of the Cambrémé and the greatness of the Guermantes, someone for whom the social universe existed. So, after the burning of all the libraries on the face of the globe, and the emergence of a race entirely unlettered, an old Latin scholar would recover his confidence in life if he heard someone quoting a line of Horace. And so, if he never left the train without saying to me, "When is our next little gathering?" it was not so much with the hunger of a parasite as with the gluttony of a savant, and because he regarded our symposia at Baalbek as an opportunity for talking about subjects which were precious to him and of which he was never able to talk to anyone else, and analogous in that way to those dinners at which assemble on certain specified dates round the particularly succulent board of the Union Club, the Society of Bibliophiles. He was extremely modest, so far as his own family was concerned, and it was not from M. de Crécy that I learned that it was a very great family indeed, and a genuine branch, transplanted to France, of the English family which bears the title of Crécy. When I learned that he was a true Crécy, I told him that one of Madame de Garmonte's nieces had married an American friend, Charles Crécy, and said that I did not suppose there was any connection between them. "None," he said, "any more than, not of course that my family is so distinguished, heaps of Americans who call themselves Montgomery, Berry, Chandos, or Capel have with the families of Pembroke, Buckingham, or Essex, or with the Duc de Berry." I thought more than once of telling him, as a joke, that I knew Madame Swann, who, as a courtesan, had been known at one time by the name Odette de Crécy. But even if the Duc d'Alençon had shown no resentment when people mentioned in front of him Emilienne d'Alençon, I did not feel that I was on sufficiently intimate terms with M. de Crécy to carry a joke so far. "He comes of a very great family," M. de Montsurvin said to me one day. "His family name is Saylor," and he went on to say that on the wall of his old castle above Ancarville, which was now almost uninhabitable, and which he, although born to a great fortune, was now too much impoverished to put in repair, was still to be read the old motto of the family. I thought this motto very fine, whether it applied to the impatience of a predatory race niched in that eyrie from which its members must have swooped down in the past, or at the present day to its contemplation of its own decline, awaiting the approach of death in that towering, grim retreat. It is indeed in this double sense that the motto plays upon the name Saylor, in the words "Ne sais l'heure." At Hermanonville there would get in sometimes Monsieur de Chevragny, whose name, Brichot told us, signified, like that of Monseigneur de Cabrières, a place where goats assemble. He was related to the Cambrémés, for which reason, and from a false idea of what was fashionable, the latter often invited him to Féterne, but only when they had no other guests to dazzle. Living all the year round at Beausoleil, M. de Chevragny had remained more provincial than they, and so when he went for a few weeks to Paris, there was not a moment to waste if he was to see everything in the time. So much so that occasionally, a little dazed by the number of spectacles too rapidly digested, when he was asked if he had seen a particular play, he would find that he was no longer sure. But this uncertainty was rare, for he had that detailed knowledge of Paris only to be found in people who seldom go there. He advised me which of the novelties I ought to see. "It's worth your while," regarding them, however, solely from the point of view of the pleasant evening that they might help to spend, and so completely ignoring the aesthetic point of view as never to suspect that they might constitute a novelty occasionally in the history of art. So it was that, speaking of everything in the same tone, he told us, "We went once to the Opéra Comique, but the show there is nothing much. It's called Péléas et Mélisande. It's rubbish. Perrier always acts well, but it's better to see him in something else. At the Gymnase, on the other hand, they're doing La Châtelaine. We went again to it twice. Don't miss it, whatever you do. It's well worth seeing. Besides, it's played to perfection. You have Fréval, Marie Magnier, Baron Fils." And he went on to quote the names of actors of whom I had never heard, and without prefixing Monsieur, Madame, or Mademoiselle, like the Duc de Guermantes, who used to speak in the same ceremoniously contemptuous tone of the songs of Mademoiselle Yvette Gilbert and the experiments of Monsieur Charcot. This was not Monsieur de Chavregnier's way. He said Cornelia and Déalie, as he might have said Voltaire and Montesquieu. For in him, with regard to actors, as to everything that was Parisian, the aristocrat's desire to show his scorn was overcome by the desire to appear on familiar terms of the provincial. Immediately after the first dinner party that I attended at La Raspalière, with what was still called at Féterne the young couple, albeit Monsieur and Madame de Cambremer were no longer by any means in their first youth, the old Marquise had written me one of those letters which one can pick out by their handwriting from among 1,000. She said to me, "Bring your delicious, charming, nice cousin. It will be a delight, a pleasure," always avoiding, and with such unerring dexterity, the sequence that the recipient of her letter would naturally have expected, that I finally changed my mind as to the nature of these diminuendos, decided that they were deliberate, and found in them the same corruption of taste, transposed into the social key, that drove Sainte-Beuve to upset all the normal relations between words, to alter any expression that was at all conventional. Two methods, taught probably by different masters, came into conflict in this epistolary style. The second, making Madame de Cambremer redeem the monotony of her multiple adjectives by employing them in a descending scale, by avoiding an ending on the perfect chord. On the other hand, I was inclined to see in these inverse gradations not an additional refinement, as they were in the handiwork of the Dowager Marquise, but an additional clumsiness whenever they were employed by the Marquis her son or by his lady cousins. For throughout the family, to quite a remote degree of kinship, and in admiring imitation of Aunt Zélia, the rule of the three adjectives was held in great honour, as was a certain enthusiastic way of catching your breath when you were talking, an imitation that had passed into the blood, moreover, and whenever, in the family circle, a little girl, while still in the nursery, stopped short while she was talking to swallow her saliva, her parents would say, "She takes after Aunt Zélia," would feel that as she grew up, her upper lip would soon tend to hide itself behind a faint moustache, would make up their minds to cultivate her inherited talent for music. It was not long before the Cambremer were on less friendly terms with Madame Verdurin than myself, for different reasons. They felt they must invite her to dine. The young Marquise said to me contemptuously, "I don't see why we shouldn't invite that woman. In the country one meets anybody. It doesn't involve one in anything." But being at heart considerably impressed, they never ceased to consult me as to the way in which they should carry out their desire to be polite. I thought that as they had invited Albertine and myself to dine with some friends of Saint-Lô, smart people in the neighbourhood who owned the chateau of Gourville, and represented a little more than the cream of Norman society, for which Madame Verdurin, while pretending never to look at it, thirsted, I advised the Cambremer to invite the mistress to meet them. But the lord and lady of Féterne, in their fear, so timorous were they, of offending their noble friends, or so simple were they, that Monsieur and Madame Verdurin might be bored by people who were not intellectual, or yet again, since they were impregnated with a spirit of routine, which experience had not fertilized, of mixing different kinds of people and making a social blunder, declared that it would not be a success, and that it would be much better to keep Madame Verdurin, whom they would invite with all her little group, for another evening. For this coming evening, the smart one, to meet Saint Loux's friends, they invited nobody from the little nucleus but Morel, in order that M. de Charlus might indirectly be informed of the brilliant people whom they had in their house, and also that the musician might help them to entertain their guests, for he was to be asked to bring his violin. They threw in Cottard as well, because M. de Cambremer declared that he had a go about him, and would be a success at the dinner table. Besides, it might turn out useful to be on friendly terms with the doctor, if they should ever have anybody ill in the house. But they invited him by himself, so as not to start any complications with the wife. Madame Verdurin was furious when she heard that 2 members of the little group had been invited without herself to dine at Féterne quite quietly. She dictated to the doctor, whose first impulse had been to accept, a stiff reply, in which he said, "We are dining that evening with Madame Verdurin," a plural which was to teach the Cambremer a lesson, and to show them that he was not detachable from Madame Cottard. As for Morel, Madame Verdurin had no need to outline a course of impolite behaviour for him. He found one of his own accord, for the following reason. If he preserved, with regard to M. de Charlus, in so far as his pleasures were concerned, an independence which distressed the Baron, we have seen that the latter's influence was making itself felt more and more in other regions, and that he had, for instance, enlarged the young virtuoso's knowledge of music, and purified his style. But it was still, at this point in our story at least, only an influence. At the same time, there was one subject upon which anything that M. de Charlus might say was blindly accepted and put into practice by Morel. Blindly and foolishly, for not only were M. de Charlus's instructions false, but even if they had been justifiable in the case of a great gentleman, when applied literally by Morel, they became grotesque. The subject as to which Morel was becoming so credulous and obeyed his master with such docility was that of social distinction. The violinist, who, before making M. de Charlus's acquaintance, had had no conception of society, had taken literally the brief and arrogant sketch of it that the Baron had outlined for him. "There are a certain number of outstanding families," M. de Charlus had told him. "First and foremost, the Garmontes, who claim 14 alliances with the House of France, which is flattering to the House of France, if anything, for it was to Aldonse de Garmonte, and not to Louis the Fat, his consanguineous but younger brother, that the throne of France should have passed. Under Louis XIV, we draped at the death of Monsieur, having the same grandmother as the king. A long way below the Garmontes, one may, however, mention the families of La Trémouille, descended from the kings of Naples and the counts of Poitiers, of Duzès, scarcely old as a family, but the premier peers, of Luynes, who are of entirely recent origin, but have distinguished themselves by good marriages, of Choiseul, Harcourt, La Rochefoucauld. Add to these the family of the Noailles, notwithstanding the Comte de Toulouse, Montesquieu, and Castellane, and I think I'm right in saying those are all. As for all the little people who call themselves Marquis de Cambremer or de Vateferfiche, there is no difference between them and the humblest private in your regiment. It doesn't matter whether you go and piss at Countess Schitz or shit at Baronne Pisses. It's exactly the same. You will have compromised yourself, and have used a dirty rag instead of toilet paper, which is not nice." Morel had piously taken in this history lesson, which was perhaps a trifle cursory, and looked upon these matters as though he were himself a Guermantes, and hoped that he might some day have an opportunity of meeting the fourths, La Tour d'Auvergne, in order to let them see, by the contemptuous way in which he shook hands, that he did not take them very seriously. As for the Cambrémés, here was his very chance to prove to them that they were no better than the humblest private in the regiment. He did not answer their invitation, and on the evening of the dinner declined at the last moment by telegram, as pleased with himself as if he had behaved like a prince of blood. It must be added here that it is impossible to imagine how intolerable and interfering M. de Charlus could be in a more general fashion, and even, he who was so clever, how stupid on all occasions when the flaws in his character came into play. We may say, indeed, that these flaws are like an intermittent malady of the mind. Who has not observed the fact among women, and even among men, endowed with remarkable intelligence, but afflicted with nerves, when they are happy, calm, satisfied with their surroundings, we cannot help admiring their precious gifts. The words that fall from their lips are the literal truth. A touch of headache, the slightest injury to their self-esteem, is enough to alter everything. The luminous intelligence, become abrupt, convulsive, and narrow, reflects nothing but an irritated, suspicious, teasing self, doing everything that it can to give trouble. The Cambrémés were extremely angry, and in the interval other incidents brought about a certain tension in their relations with the little clan. As we were returning, the Cottard, Charlus, Brichot, Morel, and I, from a dinner at La Raspallière, one evening after the Cambrémés, who had been to luncheon with friends at Audiobooks, had accompanied us for part of our outward journey. "You, who are so fond of Balzac, and can find examples of him in the society of today," I had remarked to M. de Charlus, "you must feel that those Cambrémés come straight out of Scènes de la vie de Provence." But M. de Charlus, for all the world as though he had been their friend, and I had offended him by my remark, at once cut me short. "You say that because the wife is superior to the husband," he informed me in a dry tone. "Oh, I wasn't suggesting that she was the Muse du Département, or Madame Bargeton, although—" M. de Charlus again interrupted me. "Say rather Madame de Mortsauf." The train stopped, and Brichot got out. "Didn't you see us making signs to you? You are incorrigible." "What do you mean?" "Why, have you never noticed that Brichot is madly in love with Madame de Cambrémés?" I could see from the attitude of Cottard and Charlie that there was not a shadow of doubt about this in the little nucleus. I felt that it showed a trace of malice on their part. "What, you never noticed how distressed he became when you mentioned her?" went on M. de Charlus, who liked to show that he had experience of women, and used to speak of the sentiment which they inspire with a natural air, and as though this were the sentiment which he himself habitually felt. But a certain equivocally paternal tone in addressing all young men, notwithstanding his exclusive affection for Morel, gave the lie to those views of a woman-loving man which he expressed. "Oh, these children!" he said in a shrill, mincing, sing-song voice. "One has to teach them everything. They are as innocent as a newborn babe. They can't tell when a man is in love with a woman. I wasn't such a chicken at your age," he added, for he liked to use the expressions of the underworld, perhaps because they appealed to him, perhaps so as not to appear, by avoiding them, to admit that he consorted with people whose current vocabulary they were. A few days later, I was obliged to yield to the force of evidence and admit that Brichot was enamoured of the Marquise. Unfortunately, he accepted several invitations to luncheon with her. Madame Verdurin decided that it was time to put a stop to these proceedings. Quite apart from the importance of such an intervention to her policy in controlling the little nucleus, explanations of this sort, and the dramas to which they gave rise, caused her an ever-increasing delight, which idleness breeds just as much in the middle classes as in the aristocracy. It was a day of great emotion at La Raspallière, when Madame Verdurin was seen to disappear for a whole hour with Brichot, whom, it was known, she proceeded to inform that Madame de Cambremer was laughing at him, that he was the joke of her drawing-room, that he would end his days in disgrace, having forfeited his position in the teaching world. She went so far as to refer in touching terms to the laundress with whom he was living in Paris, and to their little girl. She won the day. Brichot ceased to go to Féterne, but his grief was such that for 2 days it was thought that he would lose his sight altogether, while in any case his malady increased at a bound and held the ground it had won. In the meantime, the Cambremer, who were furious with Morel, invited M. de Charlus on one occasion deliberately without him. Receiving no reply from the Baron, they began to fear that they had committed a blunder, and, deciding that malice made an evil counsellor, wrote a little late in the day to Morel, an ineptitude which made M. de Charlus smile, as it proved to him the extent of his power. "You shall answer for both of us that I accept," he said to Morel. When the evening of the dinner came, the party assembled in the great drawing-room of Féterne. In reality, the Cambremer were giving this dinner for those fine flowers of fashion, Monsieur and Madame Ferré, but they were so much afraid of displeasing M. de Charlus that, although she had got to know the Ferrés through M. de Chevrigny, Madame de Cambremer went into a fever when, on the afternoon before the dinner, she saw him arrive to pay a call on them at Féterne. She made every imaginable excuse for sending him back to Beausoleil as quickly as possible, not so quickly, however, that he did not pass in the courtyard the Ferrés, who were as shocked to see him dismissed like this as he himself was ashamed. But whatever happened, the Cambremer wished to spare M. de Charlus the sight of M. de Chevrigny, whom they judged to be provincial, because of certain little points which are overlooked in the family circle and become important only in the presence of strangers, who are the last people in the world to notice them. But we do not like to display to them relatives who have remained at the stage which we ourselves have struggled to outgrow. As for Monsieur and Madame Ferré, they were, in the highest sense of the words, what are called really nice people. In the eyes of those who so defined them, no doubt the Guermantes, the Rohans, and many others were also really nice people, but their name made it unnecessary to say so. As everybody was not aware of the exalted birth of Madame Ferré's mother, and the extraordinarily exclusive circle in which she and her husband moved, when you mentioned their name, you invariably added, by way of explanation, that they were the very best sort. Did their obscure name prompt them to a sort of haughty reserve? However that may be, the fact remains that the Ferrés refused to know people on whom a La Trémouille would have called. It needed the position of queen of her particular stretch of coast, which the old Marquise de Cambremer held in the Manche, to make the Ferrés consent to come to one of her afternoons every year. De Cambremer had invited them to dinner, and were counting largely on the effect that would be made on them by M. de Charlus. It was discreetly announced that he was to be one of the party. As it happened, Madame Ferret had never met him. Madame de Cambremer, on learning this, felt a keen satisfaction, and the smile of the chemist, who was about to bring into contact for the first time two particularly important bodies, hovered over her face. The door opened, and Madame de Cambremer almost fainted when she saw Morel enter the room alone. Like a private secretary charged with apologies for his minister, like a morganatic wife who expresses the prince's regret that he is unwell, so Madame de Clanchon used to apologize for the Duc d'Aumale. Morel said in the airiest of tones, "The Baron can't come. He's not feeling very well. At least, I think that is why I haven't seen him this week," he added, these last words completing the despair of Madame de Cambremer, who had told Monsieur and Madame Ferret that Morel saw Monsieur de Charlus at every hour of the day. De Cambremer pretended that the Baron's absence gave an additional attraction to their party, and without letting Morel hear them, said to their other guests, "We can do very well without him, can't we? It'll be all the better." But they were furious, suspected a plot hatched by Madame Verdurin, and tit for tat, when she invited them again to La Raspadillere, Monsieur de Cambremer, unable to resist the pleasure of seeing his house again and of mingling with the little group, came, but came alone, saying that the Marquise was so sorry, but her doctor had ordered her to stay in her room. De Cambremer hoped by this partial attendance at once to teach Monsieur de Charlus a lesson, and to show the Verdurins that they were not obliged to treat them with more than a limited politeness, as princesses of the blood used in the old days to show out duchesses, but only to the middle of the second saloon. After a few days, they were scarcely on speaking terms. Monsieur de Cambremer explained this to me as follows. "I must tell you that with Monsieur de Charlus it was rather difficult. He is an extreme Dreyfusard." "Oh, no." "Yes. Anyhow, his cousin, the Prince de Guermantes, is. They've come in for a lot of abuse over that. I have some relatives who are very particular about that sort of thing. I can't afford to mix with those people. I should quarrel with the whole of my family." "Since the Prince de Guermantes is a Dreyfusard, that will make it all the easier," said Madame de Cambremer, "for Saint-Loup, who is said to be going to marry his niece, is one too. Indeed, that is perhaps why he is marrying her." "Come now, my dear, you mustn't say that Saint-Loup, who is a great friend of ours, is a Dreyfusard. One ought not to make such allegations lightly," said Monsieur de Cambremer. "You'd make him highly popular in the army." "He was once, but he isn't any longer," I explained to Monsieur de Cambremer. "As for marrying Mademoiselle de Guermantes-en-Bressac, is there any truth in that?" "People are talking of nothing else, but you should be in a position to know." "But I repeat that he told me himself he was a Dreyfusard," said Madame de Cambremer. "Not that there isn't every excuse for him. The Guermantes are half German." "The Guermantes in the Rue de Varennes, you can say, are entirely German," said Concombre. "But Saint-Loup is a different matter altogether. He may have any amount of German blood. His father insisted upon maintaining his title as a great nobleman of France. He rejoined the service in 1871 and was killed in the war in the most gallant fashion. I may take rather a strong line about these matters, but it doesn't do to exaggerate either one way or the other. In medio virtus, I forgot the exact words. It's a remark Dr. Cottard made. Now there's a man who can always say the appropriate thing. You ought to have a small Larousse in the house." To avoid having to give an opinion as to the Latin quotation, and to get away from the subject of Saint-Loup, as to whom her husband seemed to think that she was wanting in tact, Madame de Cambremer fell back upon the mistress, whose quarrel with them was even more in need of an explanation. "We were delighted to let La Raspallière to Madame Verdurin," said the Marquise. "The only trouble is, she appears to imagine that with the house and everything else that she has managed to tack on to it, the use of the meadow, the old hangings, all sorts of things that weren't in the lease at all, she should also be entitled to make friends with us. The two things are entirely distinct. Our mistake lay in our not having done everything quite simply through a lawyer or an agency. At Véterne, it doesn't matter, but I can just imagine the face my aunt de Schnouville would make if she saw old Mother Verdurin come marching in on one of my days with her hair streaming. As for M de Charlus, of course, he knows some quite nice people, but he knows some very nasty people too." I asked for details. Driven into a corner, Madame de Cambremer finally admitted, "People say it was he who maintained a certain Monsieur Moril, I don't remember. Nothing to do, of course, with Morel the violinist," she added, blushing. When I realized that Madame Verdurin imagined that because she was our tenant in the Manche, she would have the right to come and call upon me in Paris, I saw that it was time to cut the cable. End of section 30. Section 31 of Cities of the Plain by Marcel Proust, translated by C.K. Scott Moncrief. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Michael O'Kelly. Weary of Albertine, I decide to break with her. Notwithstanding this quarrel with the mistress, the Cambremer were on quite good terms with the faithful, and would readily get into our carriage when they were travelling by the train. Just before we reached Duel, Albertine, taking out her mirror for the last time, would sometimes feel obliged to change her gloves, or to take off her hat for a moment, and, with the tortoise-shell comb which I had given her, and which she wore in her hair, would smooth the plaits, pull out the puffs, and, if necessary, over the undulations which descended in regular valleys to the nape of her neck, push up her chignon. Once we were in the carriages which had come to meet us, we no longer had any idea where we were. The roads were not lighted. We could tell by the louder sounds of the wheels that we were passing through a village. We thought we had arrived. We found ourselves once more in the open country. We heard bells in the distance. We forgot that we were in evening dress, and had almost fallen asleep, when, at the end of this wide borderland of darkness, which, what with the distance we had travelled, and the incidents characteristic of all railway journeys, seemed to have carried us on to a late hour of the night, and almost halfway back to Paris, suddenly, after the crunching of the carriage wheels over a finer gravel had revealed to us that we had turned into the park, there burst forth, reintroducing us into a social existence, the dazzling lights of the drawing-room, then of the dining-room, where we were suddenly taken aback by hearing 8 o'clock strike, that hour which we supposed to have so long since passed, while the endless dishes and vintage wines followed one another round men in black and women with bare arms, at a dinner party ablaze with light like any real dinner party, surrounded only, and thereby changing its character, by the double veil, sombre and strange, that was woven for it, with a sacrifice of their first solemnity to this social purpose, by the nocturnal, rural, seaside hours of the journey there and back. The latter, indeed, obliged us to leave the radiant and soon forgotten splendour of the lighted drawing-room for the carriages, in which I arranged to sit beside Albertine, so that my mistress might not be left with other people in my absence, and often for another reason as well, which was that we could both do many things in a dark carriage, in which the jolts of the downward drive would moreover give us an excuse, should a sudden ray of light fall upon us, for clinging to one another. When M. de Cambremer was still on visiting terms with the Verdurins, he would ask me, "You don't think that this fog will bring on your choking fits? My sister was terribly bad this morning." "Ah, you've been having them too," he said with satisfaction. "I shall tell her that tonight. I know that as soon as I get home, the first thing she will ask will be whether you have had any lately." He spoke to me of my sufferings, only to lead up to his sister's, and made me describe mine in detail, simply that he might point out the difference between them and hers. But notwithstanding these differences, as he felt that his sister's choking fits entitled him to speak with authority, he could not believe that what succeeded with hers was not indicated as a cure for mine, and it irritated him that I would not try these remedies. For if there's one thing more difficult than submitting oneself to a regime, it is refraining from imposing it upon other people. "Not that I need speak, a mere outsider, when you are here before the Areopagus, at the fountainhead of wisdom. What does Professor Cottard think about them?" I saw his wife once again, as a matter of fact, because she had said that my cousin had odd habits, and I wished to know what she meant by that. She denied having said it, but finally admitted that she had been speaking of a person whom she thought she had seen with my cousin. She did not know the person's name, and said faintly that, if she was not mistaken, it was the wife of a banker who was called Lina, Linette, Lisette, Leah, anyhow something like that. I felt that the wife of a banker was inserted merely to put me off the scent. I decided to ask Albertine whether this were true, but I preferred to speak to her with an air of knowledge rather than of curiosity. Besides, Albertine would not have answered me at all, or would have answered me only with a "no," of which the N would have been too hesitating and the O too emphatic. Albertine never related facts that were capable of injuring her, but always other facts which could be explained only by them, the truth being rather a current which flows from what people say to us, and which we apprehend, invisible as it may be, than the actual thing that they say. And so, when I assured her that a woman whom she had known at Vichy had a bad reputation, she swore to me that this woman was not anything at all what I supposed, and had never attempted to make her do anything improper. But she added, another day, when I was speaking of my curiosity as to people of that sort, that the Vichy lady had a friend whom she, Albertine, did not know, but whom the lady had promised to introduce to her. That she should have promised her this could only mean that Albertine wished it, or that the lady had known that by offering the introduction she would be giving her pleasure. But if I had pointed this out to Albertine, I should have appeared to be depending for my information upon her. I should have put an end to it at once. I should never have learned anything more. I should have ceased to make myself feared. Besides, we were at Baalbec. The Vichy lady and her friend lived at Menton. The remoteness, the impossibility of the danger made short work of my suspicions. Often, when M. de Cambremer hailed me from the station, I had been with Albertine, making the most of the darkness, and with all the more difficulty, as she had been inclined to resist, fearing that it was not dark enough. "You know, I'm sure Cottard saw us. Anyhow, if he didn't, he must have noticed how breathless we were from our voices, just when they were talking about your other kind of breathlessness," Albertine said to me, when we arrived at the Deauville station, where we were to take the little train home. But this homeward, like the outward journey, if, by giving me a certain poetical feeling, It awakened in me the desire to travel, to lead a new life, and so made me decide to abandon any intention of marrying Albertine, and even to break off our relations finally. Also, and by the very fact of their contradictory nature, made this break more easy. For on the homeward journey, just as much on the other, at every platform there joined us in the train, or greeted us from the platform, people whom we knew. The furtive pleasures of the imagination were outweighed by those other continual pleasures of sociability, which are so soothing, so soporific. Already, before the stations themselves, their names, which had suggested so many fancies to me since the day on which I first heard them, the evening on which I travelled down to Baalbek with my grandmother, had grown human, had lost their strangeness since the evening when Brichot, at Albertine's request, had given us a more complete account of their etymology. I had been charmed by the flower that ended certain names, such as Fique-fleur, Honfleur, Fleur, Barfleur, Arfleur, etc., and was amused by the beef that comes at the end of Briquebeuf. But the flower vanished, and also the beef, when Brichot, and this he had told me on the first day in the train, informed us that fleur means a harbour, like fjord, and that boeuf in Norman bull means a hut. As he cited a number of examples, what had appeared to me a particular instance became general. Briquebeuf took its place by the side of Elbeuf, and indeed in a name that was at first sight as individual as the place itself, like the name Penne de Pie, in which the obscurities, almost impossible for the mind to elucidate, seemed to me to have been amalgamated from time immemorial in a word as coarse, savoury, and hard as a certain Norman cheese. I was disappointed to find the Gallic pen, which means mountain, and is as recognizable in Pennemark as in the Apennines. As at each halt of the train I felt that we should have friendly hands to shake, if not visitors to receive us in our carriage, I said to Albertine, "Hurry up and ask Brichot about the names you want to know. You mentioned to me Marcouville l'Orgueilleuse." "Yes, I love that Orgueil. It's a proud village," said Albertine. "You would find it," Brichot replied, "prouder still if, instead of turning it into French, or even adopting a low Latinity, as we find in the cartulary of the Bishop of Bayeux, Marcouvilla Superba, you were to take the older form, more akin to the Norman Marculplin Villa Superba, the village, the domain of Merculf. In almost all these names which end in ville, you might see, still marshalled upon this coast, the phantoms of the rude Norman invaders. At Hermanoville you had, standing by the carriage door, only our excellent doctor, who obviously has nothing of the Nordic chief about him, but by shutting your eyes you might have seen the illustrious Herimundi Villa. Although I can never understand why people choose these roads between Roigny and Baalbek Plage, rather than the very picturesque roads that lead from Roigny to Old Baalbek. Madame Verdurin has perhaps taken you out that way in her carriage. If so, you will have seen Ancarville, or the village of Wiscar, and Trouville, before you come to Madame Verdurin's, is the village of Turold. And besides, there were not only the Normans. It seems that the Germans, Alemanni, came as far as here. Omenoncourt, Alemanni Curtis. Don't let us speak of it to that young officer I see there. He would be capable of refusing to visit his cousins there any more. There were also Saxons, as is proved by the springs of Sissonne, the goal of one of Madame Verdurin's favourite excursions, and quite rightly. Just as in England You have Middlesex, Wessex, and what is inexplicable, it seems that the Goths, miserable wretches as they were said to have been, have come this far, and even the Moors, for Mortagne comes from Mauritania. Their trace has remained at Gourville, Gorteron Villa. Some vestige of the Latins subsists also, Lagni, Latiniacum. What I should like to have is an explanation of top said M. de Charlus. I understand he added, at which the sculptor and Cotard exchanged significant glances. But trop? Does not in the least mean what you are naturally led to suppose, Baron, replied Brichot, glancing maliciously at Cotard and the sculptor. Has nothing to do in this instance with the sex to which I am not indebted for my mother. Is holm, which means a small island, etc. As for thorp, or village, we find that in 100 words with which I have already bored our young friend. Thus in thorp there is not the name of a Norman chief, but the words of the Norman language. You see how the whole of this country has been Germanized. I think that is an exaggeration, said M. de Charlus. Yesterday I was at Orgueil. This time I give you back the man I took from you in Torp Baron. Without wishing to be pedantic, a charter of Robert I gives us for Orgueil, Otger Villa, the domain of Otger. All these names are those of ancient lords. Octeville, Lavenel, is a corruption of Lavenel. The Avenels were a family of repute in the Middle Ages. Bourguenol, where Madame Verdurin took us the other day, used to be written Bourg des Meules, for that village belonged in the 11th century to Baudouin de Meules, as also did La Chasse-Baudouin. But here we are at Doncières. Heavens, look at all these subalterns trying to get in, said M. de Charlus with feigned alarm. I'm thinking of you, for it doesn't affect me. I'm getting out here. You hear, Doctor, said Brichot. The Baron is afraid of officers passing over his body, and yet they have every right to appear here in their strength, for Doncières is precisely the same as Saint-Cyr, Dominus Syriacus. There are plenty of names of towns in which Sanctus and Sancta are replaced by Dominus and Domina. Besides, this peaceful military town has sometimes a false air of Saint-Cyr, of Versailles, even of Fontainebleau. During these homeward, as on the outward journeys, I used to tell Albertine to put on her things, for I knew very well that at Aumenoncourt, Doncières, Épreville, Saint-Vaast, we should be receiving brief visits from friends. Nor did I at all object to these when they took the form of, at Hermonville, the domain of Herrimund, a visit from M. de Chevragny, seizing the opportunity, when he had come down to meet other guests, of asking me to come over to luncheon next day at Beausoleil, or at Doncières, the sudden irruption of one of Saint-Loup's charming friends, sent by him, if he himself was not free, to convey to me an invitation from Captain de Borodino, from the officers' mess at the Coq Hardy, or the sergeants at the Faisson Doré. If Saint-Loup often came in person, during the whole of the time that he was stationed there, I contrived, without attracting attention, to keep Albertine a prisoner under my own watch and ward. Not that my vigilance was of any use. On one occasion, however, my watch was interrupted. When there was a long stop, Bloch, after greeting us, was making off at once to join his father, who, having just succeeded to his uncle's fortune, and having leased a country house by the name of La Commanderie, thought it befitting a country gentleman always to go about in a post-chaise with postilions in livery. Bloch begged me to accompany him to the carriage. "But make haste, for these quadrupeds are impatient. Come, O man beloved of the gods, thou wilt give pleasure to my father." But I could not bear to leave Albertine in the train with Saint-Loup. They might, while my back was turned, get into conversation, go into another compartment, smile at one another, touch one another. My eyes, glued to Albertine, could not detach themselves from her so long as Saint-Loup was there. Now I could see quite well that Bloch, who had asked me as a favour to go and say how do you do to his father, in the first place thought it not very polite of me to refuse when there was nothing to prevent me from doing so, the porters having told us that the train would remain for at least a quarter of an hour in the station, and almost all the passengers, without whom it would not start, having alighted, and what was more, had not the least doubt that it was because quite decidedly my conduct on this occasion furnished him with a definite proof of it. I was a snob. For he was well aware of the names of the people in whose company I was. In fact, M de Charlus had said to me some time before this, and without remembering or caring that the introduction had been made long ago, "But you must introduce your friend to me. You are showing a want of respect for myself," and had talked to Bloch, who had seemed to please him immensely, so much so that he had gratified him with an "I hope to meet you again." "Then it is irrevocable. You won't walk 100 yards to say how do you do to my father, who would be so pleased," Bloch said to me. I was sorry to appear to be wanting in good fellowship, and even more so for the reason for which Bloch supposed that I was wanting, and to feel that he imagined that I was not the same towards my middle-class friends when I was with people of birth. From that day he ceased to show me the same friendly spirit, and, what pained me more, had no longer the same regard for my character. But in order to undeceive him as to the motive which made me remain in the carriage, I should have had to tell him something, to wit that I was jealous of Albertine, which would have distressed me even more than letting him suppose that I was stupidly worldly. So it is that in theory we find that we ought always to explain ourselves frankly to avoid misunderstandings, but very often life arranges these in such a way that, in order to dispel them, in the rare circumstances in which it might be possible to do so, we must reveal either, which was not the case here, something that would annoy our friend even more than the injustice that he imputes to us, or a secret the disclosure of which, and this was my predicament, appears to us even worse than the misunderstanding. Besides, without my explaining to Bloch, since I could not, my reason for not going with him, if I had begged him not to be angry with me, I should only have increased his anger by showing him that I had observed it. There was nothing to be done but to bow before the decree of fate which had willed that Albertine's presence should prevent me from accompanying him, and that he should suppose that it was, on the contrary, the presence of people of distinction, the only effect of which, had they been 100 times more distinguished, would have been to make me devote my attentions exclusively to Bloch, and reserve all my civility for him. It is sufficient that accidentally, absurdly, an incident, in this case the juxtaposition of Albertine and Saint-Loup, be interposed between two destinies whose lines have been converging towards one another, for them to deviate, stretch farther and farther apart, and never converge again. And there are friendships more precious than blocks for myself, which have been destroyed without the involuntary author of the offence having any opportunity to explain to the offended party what would no doubt have healed the injury to his self-esteem and called back his fugitive affection. Friendships more precious than blocks is not, for that matter, saying very much. He had all the faults that most annoyed me. It so happened that my affection for Albertine made them altogether intolerable. Thus, in that brief moment in which I was talking to him, while keeping my eye on Robert, Bloch told me that he had been to luncheon with Madame Bontemps, and that everybody had spoken about me with the warmest praise until the decline of Helios. Good, thought I. As Madame Bontemps regards Bloch as a genius, the enthusiastic support that he must have given me will do more than anything the others can have said. It will come round to Albertine. Any day now she is bound to learn, and I am surprised that her aunt has not repeated to her already that I am a superior person. Yes, Bloch went on, everybody sang your praises. I alone preserved a silence as profound as though I had absorbed, in place of the repast, poor as it happened, that was set before us, poppies, dear to the blessed brother of Thanatos and Lethe, the divine Hypnos, who enwraps in pleasant bonds the body and the tongue. It is not that I admire you less than the band of hungry dogs with whom I had been bidden to feed, but I admire you because I understand you. They admire you without understanding you. To tell the truth, I admire you too much to speak of you thus in public. It would have seemed to me to praise aloud what I carry in the profoundest depths of my heart. In vain might they question me about you. A sacred Pudor, daughter of Cronion, made me remain mute. I had not the bad taste to appear annoyed, but this Pudor seemed to me akin, far more than to Cronion, to the modesty that prevents a critic who admires you from speaking of you because the secret temple in which you sit enthroned would be invaded by the mob of ignorant readers and journalists, to the modesty of the statesman who does not recommend you for a decoration because you would be lost in a crowd of people who are not your equals, to the modesty of the academician who refrains from voting for you in order to spare you the shame of being the colleague of X who is devoid of talent, to the modesty, in short, more respectable and at the same time more criminal, of the sons who implore us not to write about their dead father who abounded in merit, so that we shall not prolong his life and create a halo of glory round the poor deceased, who would prefer that his name should be borne upon the lips of men to the wreaths, albeit laid there by pious hands upon his tomb. If Bloch, while he distressed me by his inability to understand the reason that prevented me from going to speak to his father, had exasperated me by confessing that he had depreciated me at Madame Bontemps, I now understood why Albertine had never made any allusion to this luncheon party, and remained silent when I spoke to her of Bloch's affection for myself. The young Israelite had produced upon M de Charlus an impression that was quite the opposite of annoyance. Certainly, Bloch now believed not only that I was unable to remain for a second out of the company of smart people, but that, jealous of the advances that they might make to him, M. de Charlus, for instance, I was trying to put a spoke in his wheel, and to prevent him from making friends with them. But for his part, the Baron regretted that he had not seen more of my friend. As was his habit, he took care not to betray this feeling. He began by asking me various questions about Bloch, but in so casual a tone, with an interest that seemed so assumed, that one would have thought he did not hear the answers. With an air of detachment, an intonation that expressed not merely indifference, but complete distraction, and as though simply out of politeness to myself. "He looks intelligent. He said he wrote. Has he any talent?" I told M. de Charlus that it had been very kind of him to say that he hoped to see Bloch again. The Baron made not the slightest sign of having heard my remark, and as I repeated it 4 times, without eliciting a reply. I began to wonder whether I had not been the dupe of an acoustic mirage when I thought I heard M. de Charlus utter those words. "He lives at Baalbec," intoned the Baron, with an air so far from questioning that it is a nuisance that the written language does not possess a sign other than the mark of interrogation with which to end these speeches, which are apparently so little interrogative. It is true that such a sign would scarcely serve for M. de Charlus. "No, they have taken a place near here, La Commanderie." Having learned what he wished to know, M. de Charlus pretended to feel a contempt for Bloch. "How appalling!" he exclaimed, his voice resuming all its clarion strength. "All the places or properties called La Commanderie were built or owned by the Knights of the Order of Malta, of whom I am one, as the places called Temple or Cavalerie were by the Templars. That I should live at La Commanderie would be the most natural thing in the world, but a Jew! However, I'm not surprised. It comes from a curious instinct for sacrilege peculiar to that race. As soon as a Jew has enough money to buy a place in the country, he always chooses one that is called priory, abbey, minster, chantry. I had some business once with a Jewish official. Guess where he lived? At Pont-l'Evêque. When he came to grief, he had himself transferred to Brittany, to Pont-l'Abbé. When they perform in Holy Week those indecent spectacles that are called the Passion, half the audience are Jews, exulting in the thought that they're going to hang Christ a second time on the cross, at least in effigy. At one of the Lamoureux concerts, I had a wealthy Jewish banker sitting next to me. They played The Boyhood of Christ by Berlioz. He was quite shocked, but he soon recovered his habitually blissful expression when he heard the Good Friday music. "So your friend lives at the Commanderie, the wretch! What sadism! You shall show me the way to it," he went on, resuming his air of indifference, "so that I may go there one day and see how our former domains endure such a profanation. It is unfortunate, for he has good manners. He seems to have been well brought up. The next thing I shall hear will be that his address in Paris is Rue du Temple." M. de Charlus gave the impression by these words that he was seeking merely to find a fresh example in support of his theory. As a matter of fact, he was aiming at two birds with one stone, his principal object being to find out Bloch's address. "You're quite right," put in Brichot. "The Rue du Temple used to be called Rue de la Chevalerie du Temple. In that connection, will you allow me to make a remark, Baron?" said the Don. What is it?" said M. de Charlus tartly, the proffered remark preventing him from obtaining his information. "No, it's nothing," replied Brichot in alarm. "It is with regard to the etymology of Baalbec, about which they were asking me. The Rue du Temple was formerly known as the Rue Bar du Bac, because the Abbey of Bac in Normandy had its bar of justice there in Paris." M. de Charlus made no reply, and looked as if he had not heard, which was one of his favourite forms of insolence. "Where does your friend live in Paris? As 3 streets out of 4 take their name from a church or an abbey, there seems every chance of further sacrilege there. One can't prevent Jews from living in the Boulevard de la Madeleine, Faubourg Saint-Honoré, or Place Saint-Augustin, so long as they do not carry their perfidy a stage further and pitch their tents in the Place du Parvis Notre-Dame, Quai de l'Archevêché, Rue Chanoinesse, or Rue de l'Ave Maria. We must make allowance for their difficulties." We could not enlighten M. de Charlus, not being aware of Bloch's dress at the time, but I knew that his father's office was in the Rue des Blancs-Manteaux. "Oh, is not that the last word in perversity?" exclaimed M. de Charlus, who appeared to find a profound satisfaction in his own cry of ironical indignation. "Rue des Blancs-Manteaux," he repeated, dwelling with emphasis upon each syllable and laughing as he spoke. "What sacrilege! Imagine that these white mantles, polluted by Monsieur Bloch, were those of the mendicant brethren styled serfs of the Blessed Virgin, whom Saint Louis established there, and the street has always housed some religious order. The profanation is all the more diabolical, since within a stone's throw of the Rue des Blancs-Manteaux there is a street, whose name escapes me, which is entirely conceded to the Jews. There are Hebrew characters over the shops, bakeries for unleavened bread, kosher butcheries. It is positively the Judengasse of Paris. That's where Monsieur Bloch ought to reside. Of course," he went on in an emphatic, arrogant tone, suited to the discussion of aesthetic matters, and giving, by an unconscious strain of heredity, the air of an old musketeer of Louis XIII to his backward-tilted face, "I take an interest in all that sort of thing only from the point of view of art. Politics are not in my line, and I cannot condemn wholesale because Bloch belongs to it, a nation that numbers Spinoza among its illustrious sons. And I admire Rembrandt too much not to realize the beauty that can be derived from frequenting the synagogue. But after all, a ghetto is all the finer, the more homogeneous and complete it is. You may be sure, moreover, so far are business instincts and avarice mingled in that race with sadism that the proximity of the Hebraic street of which I was telling you, the convenience of having close at hand the flesh-pots of Israel, will have made your friend choose the Rue des Blancs-Manteaux. How curious it all is! It was there, by the way, that there lived a strange Jew who used to boil the host, after which I think they boiled him, which is stranger still, since it seems to suggest that the body of a Jew can be equivalent to the body of our Lord. Perhaps it might be possible to arrange with your friend to take us to see the Church of the White Mantles. Just think that it was there that they laid the body of Louis d'Orléans after his assassination by Jean sans Peur, which unfortunately did not rid us of the Orléans. Personally, I have always been on the best of terms with my cousin, the Duc de Chartres. Still, after all, they are a race of usurpers who caused the assassination of Louis XVI and dethroned Charles X and Henri V. One can see where they get that from when their ancestors include Monsieur, who was so styled doubtless because he was the most astounding old woman, and the Regent and the rest of them. What a family! This speech, anti-Jew or pro-Hebrew, according as one regards the outward meaning of its phrases or the intentions that they concealed, had been comically interrupted for me by a remark which Morel whispered to me, to the fury of M. de Charlus. Morel, who had not failed to notice the impression that Bloch had made, murmured his thanks in my ear for having given him the push, adding cynically, "He wanted to stay. It's all jealousy. He would like to take my place, just like a Yid." We might have taken advantage of this halt, which still continues, to ask your friend for some explanations of his ritual. Couldn't you fetch him back? M. de Charlus asked me, with the anxiety of uncertainty. No, it's impossible. He's gone away in a carriage, and besides, he's vexed with me. Thank you, Morel breathed. Your excuse is preposterous. One can always overtake a carriage. There's nothing to prevent you taking a motor car, replied M. de Charlus, in the tone of a man accustomed to see everyone yield before him. But, observing my silence, "What is this more or less imaginary carriage?" he said to me insolently, and with a last ray of hope. "It is an open post chaise, which must by this time have reached La Camondrie." Before the impossible, M. de Charlus resigned himself, and made a show of jocularity. I can understand their recoiling from the idea of a new brougham. It might have swept them clean. At last we were warned that the train was about to depart, and Saint-Loup left us. But this was the only day when, by getting into our carriage, he unconsciously caused me pain, when I thought for a moment of leaving him with Albertine in order to go with Bloch. The other times his presence did not torment me, for of her own accord, Albertine, to save me from any uneasiness, would, upon some pretext or other, place herself in such a position that she could not even unintentionally brush against Robert, almost too far away to have to hold out her hand to him, and turning her eyes away from him, would plunge, as soon as he appeared, into ostentatious and almost affected conversation with any of the other passengers, continuing this make-believe until Saint-Loup had gone. So that the visits which he paid us at Doncières, causing me no pain, no inconvenience even, were in no way discordant from the rest, all of which I found pleasing, because they brought me, so to speak, the homage and the invitation of this land. Already, as the summer drew to a close, on our journey from Balbec to Deauville, when I saw in the distance the watering place at Saint-Pierre-des-Ifs, where for a moment in the evening the crest of the cliffs glittered rosy pink as the snow upon a mountain glows at sunset, it no longer recalled to my mind, I do not say the melancholy which the sight of its strange sudden elevation had aroused in me on the first evening, when it filled me with such a longing to take the train back to Paris instead of going on to Balbec, but the spectacle that in the morning, Elster had told me, might be enjoyed from there at the hour before sunrise, when all the colours of the rainbow are refracted from the rocks, and when he had so often wakened the little boy who had served him 1 year as a model to paint him nude upon the sands. The same Saint-Pierre-des-Ifs announced to me merely that there would presently appear a strange, intelligent, painted man of 50, with whom I should be able to talk about Chateaubriand and Balzac. And now, in the mists of evening, behind that cliff of Ancarville, which had filled my mind with so many dreams in the past, what I saw, as though its old sandstone wall had become transparent, was the comfortable house of an uncle of M. de Cambremer, in which I knew that I should always find a warm welcome if I did not wish to dine at La Raspallière or to return to Balbec, so that it was not merely the place names of this district that had lost their initial mystery, but the places themselves. The names, already half stripped of a mystery which etymology had replaced by reason, had now come down a stage farther still. On our homeward journeys, at Ermenonville, at Ancarville, at Arambouville, as the train came to a standstill, we could make out shadowy forms which we did not at first identify, and which Brichot, who could see nothing at all, might perhaps have mistaken in the darkness for the phantoms of Herimund, Wiscar, and Herimbald. But they came up to our carriage. It was merely M. de Cambremer, now completely out of touch with the Verdurins, who had come to see off his own guests, and, as ambassador for his wife and mother, come to ask me whether I would not let him carry me off to keep me for a few days at Fiterne, where I should find successively a lady of great musical talent, who would sing me the whole of Gluck, and a famous chess player with whom I could have some splendid games, which would not interfere with the fishing expeditions and yachting trips on the bay, nor even with the Verdurin dinner parties, for which the Marquis gave me his word of honour that he would lend me, sending me there, and fetching me back again for my greater convenience, and also to make sure of my returning. But I cannot believe that it is good for you to go so high up. I know my sister could never stand it. She would come back in a fine state. She's not at all well just now. Indeed, you've been as bad as that. Tomorrow you won't be able to stand up." And he shook with laughter, not from malevolence, but for the same reason which made him laugh whenever he saw a lame man hobbling along the street, or had to talk to a deaf person. "And before this, what, you haven't had an attack for a fortnight? Do you know, that is simply marvellous. Really, you ought to come and stay at Favour. You could talk about your attacks to my sister." At Ancarville, it was the Marquis de Montpeyroux who, not having been able to go to Favour, for he had been away shooting, had come to meet the train, in top boots, with a pheasant's feather in his hat, to shake hands with the departing guests, and at the same time with myself, bidding me expect, on the day of the week that would be most convenient to me, a visit from his son, whom he thanked me for inviting, adding that he would be very glad if I would make the boy read a little. Or else Monsieur de Crécy, come out to digest his dinner, he explained, smoking his pipe, accepting a cigar, or maybe more than one, and saying to me, "Well, you haven't named a day for our next Lucullus evening? We've nothing to discuss. Allow me to remind you that we have left unsettled the question of the two families Montgomery. We really must settle it. I'm relying on you." Others had come simply to buy newspapers, and many others came and chatted with us who, I have often suspected, were to be found upon the platform of the station nearest to their little mansion, simply because they had nothing better to do than to converse for a moment with people of their acquaintance. A scene of social existence like any other, in fact, these halts on the little railway. The train itself appeared conscious of the part that had devolved upon it, had contracted a sort of human kindliness. Patient, of a docile nature, it waited as long as they pleased for the stragglers, and even after it had started, would stop to pick those who signalled to it. They would then run after it, panting, in which they resembled itself, but differed from it in that they were running to overtake it at full speed, whereas it employed only a wise slowness. And so Hermanonville, Arambouville, Ancarville no longer suggested to me even the rugged grandeurs of the Norman conquest. Not content with having entirely rid themselves of the unaccountable melancholy in which I had seen them steeped long ago in the moist evening air. Doncières, to me, even after I had come to know it, and had awakened from my dream, how much had long survived in that name of pleasantly glacial streets, lighted windows, succulent flesh of birds. Doncières! Now it was nothing more than the station at which Morel joined the train. Aigleville, Aquile Villa, that at which we generally found waiting for us Princess Shabatoff. Manaville, the station at which Albertine left the train on fine evenings when, if she was not too tired, she felt inclined to enjoy a moment more of my company, having, if she took a footpath, little, if any, farther to walk than if she had alighted at Parville, Paterni Villa. Not only did I no longer feel the anxious dread of isolation which had gripped my heart the first evening, I had no longer any need to fear its reawakening, nor to feel myself a stranger or alone in this land productive not only of chestnut trees and tamarisks, but of friendships, which from beginning to end of the journey formed a long chain, interrupted like that of the blue hills, hidden here and there in the anfractuosity of the rock, or behind the lime trees of the avenue, but delegating at each stage an amiable gentleman who came to interrupt my course with a cordial hand-clasp to prevent me from feeling it too long, to offer, if need be, to continue the journey with me. Another would be at the next station, so that the whistle of the little tram parted us from one friend, only to enable us to meet others. Between the most isolated properties and the railway which skirted them almost at the pace of a person who is walking fast, the distance was so slight that at the moment when, from the platform outside the waiting room, their owners hailed us, we might almost have imagined that they were doing so from their own doorstep, from their bedroom window, as though the little departmental line had been merely a street in a country town, and the isolated mansion house the town residence of a family. Even at the few stations where no "good evening" sounded, the silence had a nourishing and calming fullness, because I knew that it was formed from the slumber of friends who had gone to bed early in the neighbouring manor, where my arrival would have been greeted with joy if I had been obliged to arouse them to ask for some hospitable office. Not to mention that a sense of familiarity so fills up our time that we have not, after a few months, a free moment in a town where, on our first arrival, the day offered us the absolute disposal of all its 12 hours. If one of those had by any chance fallen vacant, it would no longer have occurred to me to devote it to visiting some church, for the sake of which I had come to Baalbek in the past, nor even to compare a scene painted by Elster with the sketch that I had seen of it in his studio, but rather to go and play one more game of chess at Monsieur Ferré's. It was indeed the degrading influence, as it was also the charm, that this country round Baalbek had, that it should become for me, in the true sense, a friendly country. If its territorial distribution, its sowing along the whole extent of the coast with different forms of cultivation, gave of necessity to the visits which I paid to these different friends the form of a journey, they also reduced that journey to nothing more than the social amusement of a series of visits. The same place names, so disturbing to me in the past that the mere country house yearbook, when I turned over the chapter devoted to the department of the Manche, caused me as keen an emotion as the railway timetable, had become so familiar to me that in the timetable itself I could have consulted the page headed Baalbek to Deauville via Doncières with the same happy tranquillity as a directory of addresses. In this too social valley, along the sides of which I felt assembled, whether visible or not, a numerous company of friends, the poetical cry of the evening was no longer that of the owl or frog, but the "How goes it?" of Monsieur Criquetot, or the "Hire" of Brichot. Its atmosphere no longer aroused my anguish, and, charged with effluvia that were purely human, was easily breathable, indeed unduly soothing. The benefit that I did at least derive from it was that of looking at things only from a practical point of view. The idea of marrying Albertine appeared to me to be madness. End of section 31. Section 32 of Cities of the Plain by Marcel Proust, translated by C.K. Scott Moncrief. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Michael O'Kelly. Sudden revulsion in favour of Albertine. Agony at sunrise. I set off at once with Albertine for Paris. I was only waiting for an opportunity for a final rupture. And one evening, as Mamma was starting next day for Cambrai, where she was to attend the deathbed of one of her mother's sisters, leaving me behind so that I might get the benefit, as my grandmother would have wished, of the sea air, I had announced to her that I had irrevocably decided not to marry Albertine and would very soon stop seeing her. I was glad to have been able, by these words, to give some satisfaction to my mother on the eve of her departure. I'd also come to an understanding with Albertine. As I was on my way back with her from La Raspalière, the faithful having alighted, some at Saint-Marc-le-Vêtu, others at Saint-Pierre-des-Ifs, others again at Doncières, feeling particularly happy and detached from her, I had decided, now that there were only our two selves in the carriage, to embark at length upon this subject. The truth, as a matter of fact, is that the girl of the Baalbec company whom I really loved, albeit she was absent at that moment, as were the rest of her friends, but who was coming back there, I enjoyed myself with them all, because each of them had for me, as on the day when I first saw them, something of the essential quality of all the rest, as though they belonged to a race apart, was André. Since she was coming back again in a few days' time to Baalbec, it was certain that she would at once pay me a visit, and then to be left free not to marry her if I did not wish to do so, to be able to go to Venice, but at the same time to have her, while she was at Baalbec, entirely to myself. The plan that I would adopt would be that of not seeming at all eager to come to her, and as soon as she arrived, when we were talking together, I would say to her, "What a pity it is that I didn't see you a few weeks earlier. I should have fallen in love with you. Now my heart is bespoke, but that makes no difference. We shall see one another frequently, for I am unhappy about my other love, and you will help to console me." I smiled inwardly as I thought of this conversation. By this stratagem I should be giving André the impression that I was not really in love with her, and so she would not grow tired of me, and I should take a joyful and pleasant advantage of her affection. But all this made it all the more necessary that I should at length speak seriously to Albertine, so as not to behave indelicately, and since I had decided to consecrate myself to her friend, she herself must be given clearly to understand that I was not in love with her. I must tell her so at once, as André might arrive any day. But as we were getting near Parville, I felt that we should not have time that evening, and that it was better to put off until the morrow what was now irrevocably settled. I confined myself, therefore, to discussing with her our dinner that evening at the Verdurins. As she put on her cloak, the train having just left Ancarville, the last station before Parville, she said to me, "Tomorrow then, more Verdurins. You won't forget that you are coming to call for me?" I could not help answering rather sharply, "Yes, that is if I don't fail them, for I'm beginning to find this sort of life really stupid. In any case, if we go there so that my time at La Raspalière may not be absolutely wasted, I must remember to ask Madame Verdurin about something that may prove of great interest to myself, provide me with a subject for study, and give me pleasure as well, for I have really had very little this year at Baalbec." "You're not very polite to me, but I forgive you, because I can see that your nerves are bad. What is this pleasure?" "That Madame Verdurin should let me hear some things by a musician whose work she knows very well. I know one of his things myself, but it seems there are others, and I should like to know if the rest of his work is printed, if it is different from what I know." "What musician?" "My dear child, when I've told you that his name is Vinteuil, will you be any the wiser?" We may have revolved every possible idea in our minds, and yet the truth has never occurred to us, and it is from without, when we are least expecting it, that it gives us its cruel stab, and wounds us for all time. "You can't think how you amuse me," replied Albertine as she rose, for the train was slowing down. "Not only does it mean a great deal more to me than you suppose, but even without Madame Verdurin, I can get you all the information that you require. You remember my telling you about a friend older than myself, who has been a mother, a sister to me, with whom I spent the happiest years of my life at Trieste, and whom, for that matter, I'm expecting to join in a few weeks at Cherbourg, where we will start on our travels together. I know it sounds a little odd, but you know how I love the sea. Very well, this friend, oh, not at all the type of woman you might suppose. Isn't this extraordinary? She is the dearest and most intimate friend of your Vinteuil's daughter, and I know Vinteuil's daughter almost as well as I know her. I always call them my two big sisters. I'm not sorry to let you see that your little Albertine can be of use to you in this question of music, about which you say, and quite rightly for that matter, that I know nothing at all. At the sound of these words, uttered as we were entering the station of Parville, so far from Cambrai and Montjouvain, so long after the death of Vinteuil, an image stirred in my heart, an image which I had kept in reserve for so many years that even if I had been able to guess, when I stored it up long ago, that it had a noxious power, I should have supposed that in the course of time it had entirely lost it. Preserved alive in the depths of my being, like Orestes, whose death the gods had prevented, in order that, on the appointed day, he might return to his native land to punish the murderer of Agamemnon, as a punishment, as a retribution, who can tell, for my having allowed my grandmother to die, perhaps, rising up suddenly from the black night in which it seemed forever buried, and striking like an avenger in order to inaugurate for me a novel, terrible, and merited existence, perhaps also to making dazzlingly clear to my eyes the fatal consequences which evil actions indefinitely engender, not only for those who have committed them, but for those who have done no more, have thought that they were doing no more, than look on at a curious and entertaining spectacle, like myself, alas, on that afternoon long ago at Montjouvain, concealed behind a bush where, as when I complacently listened to an account of Swann's love affairs, I had perilously allowed to expand within myself the fatal road destined to cause me suffering of knowledge. And at the same time, from my bitterest grief, I derived a sentiment almost of pride, almost joyful, that of a man whom the shock he has just received has carried at a bound to a point to which no voluntary effort could have brought him. Albertine, the friend of Mademoiselle Vinteuil and of her friend, a practising and professional sophist, was, compared to what I had imagined when I doubted her most, as are, compared to the little acousticon of the 1889 exhibition with which one barely hoped to be able to transmit sound from end to end of a house, the telephones that soar over streets, cities, fields, seas, uniting one country to another. It was a terrible terra incognita, this on which I had just landed, a fresh phase of undreamt-for sufferings that was opening before me. And yet this deluge of reality that engulfs us, if it is enormous compared to our timid and microscopic suppositions, was anticipated by them. It was doubtless something akin to what I had just learned, something akin to Albertine's friendship with Mademoiselle Vinteuil, something which my mind would never have been capable of inventing, but which I obscurely apprehended when I became uneasy at the sight of Albertine and André together. It is often simply from the want of the creative spirit that we do not go to the full extent of suffering. And the most terrible reality brings us, with our suffering, the joy of a great discovery, because it merely gives a new and clear form to what we have long been ruminating without suspecting it. The train had stopped at Parville, and as we were the only passengers in it, it was in a voice lowered by a sense of the futility of his task, by the force of habit which nevertheless made him perform it, and inspired in him simultaneously exactitude and indolence, and even more by a longing for sleep, that the porter shouted, "Parville!" Albertine, who stood facing me, seeing that she had arrived at her destination, stepped across the compartment in which we were and opened the door. But this movement which she was making to alight tore my heart unendurably, just as if, notwithstanding the position independent of my body, which Albertine's body seemed to be occupying a yard away from it, this separation in space, which an accurate draftsman would have been obliged to indicate between us, was only apparent, and anyone who wished to make a fresh drawing of things as they really were would now have had to place Albertine not at a certain distance from me, but inside me. She distressed me so much by her withdrawal that, overtaking her, I caught her desperately by the arm. "Would it be materially impossible," I asked her, "for you to come and spend the night at Baalbek?" "Materially, no, but I'm dropping with sleep." "You would be doing me an immense service." "Very well then, though I don't in the least understand. Why didn't you tell me sooner? I'll come, though." My mother was asleep when, after engaging a room for Albertine on a different floor, I entered my own. I sat down by the window, suppressing my sobs, so that my mother, who was separated from me only by a thin partition, might not hear me. I had not even remembered to close the shutters, for at one moment, raising my eyes, I saw facing me in the sky that same faint glow as of a dying fire which one saw in the restaurant at Rivebelle, in a study that Elster had made of a sunset effect. I remembered how thrilled I had been when I had seen from the railway, on the day of my first arrival at Baalbek, this same image of an evening which preceded not the night, but a new day. But no day now would be new to me any more, would arouse in me the desire for an unknown happiness. It would only prolong my sufferings until the point when I should no longer have the strength to endure them. The truth of what Cotard had said to me in the casino at Parville was now confirmed beyond a shadow of doubt. What I had long dreaded, vaguely suspected of Albertine, what my instinct deduced from her whole personality, and my reason, controlled by my desire, had gradually made me deny, was true. Behind Albertine, I no longer saw the blue mountains of the sea, but the room at Montjouvain, where she was falling into the arms of Mademoiselle Vinteuil, with that laugh in which she gave utterance to the strange sound of her enjoyment. For with a girl as pretty as Albertine, was it possible that Mademoiselle Vinteuil, having the desires she had not asked her to gratify them? And the proof that Albertine had not been shocked by the request, but had consented, was that they had not quarrelled. Indeed, their intimacy had steadily increased. And that graceful movement with which Albertine laid her chin upon Rosamond's shoulder, gazed at her smilingly, and deposited a kiss upon her throat, that movement which had reminded me of Mademoiselle Vinteuil, in interpreting which I had nevertheless hesitated to admit that an identical line traced by a gesture must of necessity be due to an identical inclination. For all that I knew, Albertine might have simply learnt it from Mademoiselle Vinteuil. Gradually, the lifeless sky took fire. I, who until then had never awakened without a smile at the humblest things, the bowl of coffee and milk, the sound of the rain, the thunder of the wind, felt that the day which in a moment was to dawn, and all the days to come, would never bring me any more the hope of an unknown happiness, but only the prolongation of my martyrdom. I clung still to life. I knew that I had nothing now that was not cruel to expect from it. I ran to the lift, regardless of the hour, to ring for the lift boy who acted as night watchman, and asked him to go to Albertine's room, and to tell her that I had something of importance to say to her if she could see me there. "Mademoiselle says she would rather come to you," was his answer. "She will be here in a moment." And presently, sure enough, in came Albertine in her dressing gown. "Albertine," I said to her in a whisper, warning her not to raise her voice, so as not to arouse my mother, from whom we were separated only by that partition, whose thinness, today a nuisance because it confined us to whispers, resembled in the past, when it so clearly expressed my grandmother's intentions, a sort of musical transparency. "I'm ashamed to have disturbed you. Listen, to make you understand, I must tell you something which you do not know. When I came here, I left a woman whom I ought to have married, who was ready to sacrifice everything for me. She was to start on a journey this morning, and every day for the last week I have been wondering whether I should have the courage not to telegraph to her that I was coming back. I have had that courage, but it made me so wretched that I thought I would kill myself. That is why I asked you last night if you could not come and sleep at Baalbek. If I had to die, I should have liked to bid you farewell." And I gave free vent to the tears which my fiction rendered natural. "If I had only known, I should have spent the night beside you," cried Albertine, to whom the idea that I might perhaps marry this woman, and that her own chance of making a good marriage was thus vanishing, never even occurred. So sincerely was she moved by a grief, the cause of which I was able to conceal from her, but not its reality and strength. "Besides," she told me, "last night, all the time you were coming from La Raspalliere, I could see that you were nervous and unhappy. I was afraid that there must be something wrong." As a matter of fact, my grief had begun only at Parville, and my nervous trouble, which was very different, but which fortunately Albertine identified with it, arose from the boredom of having to spend a few more days in her company. She added, "I shan't leave you any more. I'm going to spend all my time here." She was offering me, in fact, and she alone could offer me, the sole remedy for the poison that was burning me, a remedy akin, as it happened, to the poison, for though one was sweet, the other bitter, both were alike derived from Albertine. At that moment, Albertine, my malady, ceasing to cause me to suffer, left me, she, Albertine the remedy, as weak as a convalescent. But I reflected that she would presently be leaving Baalbek for Cherbourg, and from there going to Trieste. Her old habits would be reviving. What I wished above all things was to prevent Albertine from taking the boat, to make an attempt to carry her off to Paris. It was true that even from Paris, more easily even than from Baalbek, she might, if she wished, go to Trieste. But at Paris we should see. Perhaps I might ask Mademoiselle de Guermantes to exert her influence indirectly upon Mademoiselle Vinteuil's friend, so that she should not remain at Trieste, to make her accept a situation elsewhere, perhaps with the Prince de, whom I had met at Madame de Villeparisis', and indeed at Madame de Guermantes', and he, even if Albertine wished to go to his house to see her friend, might, warned by Madame de Guermantes, prevent them from meeting. Of course, I might have reminded myself that in Paris, if Albertine had those tastes, she would find many other people with whom to gratify them. But every impulse of jealousy is individual, and bears the imprint of the creature, in this instance Mademoiselle Vinteuil's friend, who has aroused it. It was Mademoiselle Vinteuil's friend who remained my chief preoccupation. The mysterious passion with which I had thought in the past about Austria, because it was the country from which Albertine came, her uncle had been a councillor of embassy there, because its geographical peculiarities, the race that inhabited it, its historical buildings, its scenery, I could study, as in an atlas, as in an album of photographs, in Albertine's smile, her ways. This mysterious passion I still felt, but by an inversion of symbols in the realm of horror. Yes, it was from there that Albertine came. It was there that in every house she could be sure of finding, if not Mademoiselle Vinteuil's friend, others of the sort. The habits of her childhood would revive. They would be meeting in 3 months' time for Christmas, then for the New Year, dates which were already painful to me in themselves, owing to an instinctive memory of the misery that I had felt on those days when, long ago, they separated me for the whole of the Christmas holidays from Gilberte. After the long dinner parties, after the midnight revels, when everybody was joyous, animated, Albertine would adopt the same attitudes with her friends there that I had seen her adopt with André, albeit her friendship for André was innocent, the same attitudes, possibly, that I had seen Mademoiselle Vinteuil adopt, pursued by her friend at Montjouvain. To Mademoiselle Vinteuil, while her friend titillated her desires before subsiding upon her, I now gave the inflamed face of Albertine, of an Albertine whom I had heard utter as she fled, then as she surrendered herself, her strange, deep laugh. What, in comparison with the anguish that I was now feeling, was the jealousy that I might have felt on the day when Saint-Loup had met Albertine with myself at Doncières, and she had made teasing overtures to him, or that I had felt when I first thought of the unknown initiator to whom I was indebted for the first kisses that she had given me in Paris, on the day when I was waiting for a letter from Madame de Stemariat. That other kind of jealousy, provoked by Saint-Loup, by a young man of any sort, was nothing. I should have had at the most, in that case, to fear a rival, over whom I should have attempted to prevail. But here the rival was not similar to myself, bore different weapons. I could not compete upon the same ground, give Albertine the same pleasures, nor indeed conceive what those pleasures might be. In many moments of our life we would barter the whole of our future for a power that in itself is insignificant. I would at one time have foregone all the good things in life to make the acquaintance of Madame Blatin, because she was a friend of Madame Swann. Today, in order that Albertine might not go to Trieste, I would have endured every possible torment, and if that proved insufficient, would have inflicted torments upon her, would have isolated her, kept her under lock and key, would have taken from her the little money that she had, so that it should be materially impossible for her to make the journey. Just as long ago, when I was anxious to go to Baalbek, what urged me to start was the longing for a Persian church, for a stormy sea at daybreak. So what was now rending my heart, as I thought that Albertine might perhaps be going to Trieste, was that she would be spending the night of Christmas there with Mademoiselle Vinteuil's friend. For imagination, when it changes its nature and turns to sensibility, does not, for that reason, acquire control of a larger number of simultaneous images. Had anyone told me that she was not at that moment either at Cherbourg or at Trieste, that there was no possibility of her seeing Albertine, how I should have wept for joy. How my whole life and its future would have been changed. And yet I knew quite well that this localization of my jealousy was arbitrary, that if Albertine had these desires, she could gratify them with other girls. And perhaps even these very girls, if they could have seen her elsewhere, would not have tortured my heart so acutely. It was Trieste. It was that unknown world in which I could feel that Albertine took a delight, in which were her memories, her friendships, her childish loves, that exhaled, that hostile, inexplicable atmosphere, like the atmosphere that used to float up to my bedroom at Cambrai from the dining room, in which I could hear talking and laughing with strangers amid the clatter of knives and forks, Mamma, who would not be coming upstairs to say good night to me. Like the atmosphere that had filled for Swann the houses to which Odette went at night in search of inconceivable joys. It was no longer as of a delicious place in which the people were pensive, the sunsets golden, the church bells melancholy, that I thought now of Trieste, but as of an accursed city, which I should have liked to see go up in flames, to eliminate from the world of real things. That city was embedded in my heart as a fixed and permanent point. The thought of letting Albertine start presently for Cherbourg and Trieste filled me with horror, as did even that of remaining at Baalbek. For now that the revelation of my mistress's intimacy with Mademoiselle Vinteuil became almost a certainty, it seemed to me that at every moment when Albertine was not with me, and there were whole days on which, because of her aunt, I was unable to see her, she was giving herself to Bloch's sister and cousin, possibly to other girls as well. The thought that this very evening she might be seeing the Bloch girls drove me mad. And so, after she had told me that for the next few days she would stay with me all the time, I replied, "But the fact is, I want to go back to Paris. Won't you come with me? And wouldn't you like to come and stay with us for a while in Paris?" At all costs, I must prevent her from being by herself. For some days, at any rate, I must keep her with me, so as to be certain that she would not meet Mademoiselle Vinteuil's friend. She would, as a matter of fact, be alone in the house with myself, for my mother, taking the opportunity of a tour of inspection which my father had to make, had taken it upon herself as a duty, in obedience to my grandmother's wishes, to go down to Cambrai and spend a few days there with one of my grandmother's sisters. Mamma had no love for her aunt, because she had not been to my grandmother, who was so loving to her, what a sister should be. So, when they grow up, children remember with resentment the people who have been unkind to them. But Mamma, having become my grandmother, was incapable of resentment. Her mother's life was to her like a pure and innocent childhood, from which she would extract those memories whose sweetness or bitterness regulated her actions towards other people. Our aunt might have been able to furnish Mamma with certain priceless details, but now she would have difficulty in obtaining them, her aunt being seriously ill, they spoke of cancer, and she reproached herself for not having gone sooner to keep my father company, found only an additional reason for doing what her mother would have done, just as she went on the anniversary of the death of my grandmother's father, who had been such a bad parent, to lay upon his grave the flowers which my grandmother had been in the habit of taking there. And so, to the side of the grave which was about to open, my mother wished to convey the kind words which my aunt had not come to offer my grandmother. While she was at Combray, my mother would busy herself with certain things which my grandmother had always wished to be done, but only if they were done under her daughter's supervision, so that they had never yet been begun, Mamma not wishing, by leaving Paris before my father, to make him feel too keenly the burden of a grief in which he shared, but which could not afflict him as it afflicted her. "Ah, that wouldn't be possible just at present," Albertine assured me. "Besides, why should you need to go back to Paris so soon if the lady's gone?" "Because I shall feel more at my ease in a place where I have known her than at Baalbec, which she has never seen and which I have begun to loathe." Did Albertine realize later on that this other woman had never existed, and that if that night I had really longed for death, it was because she had stupidly revealed to me that she had been on intimate terms with Mademoiselle Vinteuil's friend? It is possible. There are moments when it appears to me probable. Anyhow, that morning she believed in the existence of this other woman. "But you want to marry this lady," she told me. "My dear boy, it would make you happy, and I'm sure it would make her happy as well." I replied that the thought that I might be making the other woman happy had almost made me decide. When, not long since, I had inherited a fortune which would enable me to provide my wife with ample luxury and pleasures, I had been on the point of accepting the sacrifice of her whom I loved. Intoxicated by the gratitude I felt for Albertine's kindness, coming so soon after the atrocious suffering that she had caused me, just as one would think nothing of promising a fortune to the waiter who pours one out a 6th glass of brandy, I told her that my wife would have a motor car, a yacht, that from that point of view, since Albertine was so fond of motoring and yachting, it was unfortunate that she was not the woman I loved, that I should have been the perfect husband for her, but that we should no doubt be able to meet on friendly terms. After all, as even when we are drunk, we refrain from addressing the passers-by for fear of blows, I was not guilty of the imprudence, if such it was, that I should have committed in Gilberte's time, of telling her that it was she, Albertine, whom I loved. You see, I came very near to marrying her, but I did not dare do it after all. To make a young woman live with anyone so sickly and troublesome as myself. But you must be mad. Anyone would be delighted to live with you. Just look at the people who run after you. They're always talking about you at Madame Verdurin's, and in high society too, I'm told. She can't have been at all nice to you, that lady, to make you lose confidence in yourself like that. I can see what she is. She's a wicked woman. I detest her. I'm sure if I were in her shoes—" "Not at all. She's very kind, far too kind. As for the Verdurins and all that, I don't care a hang. Apart from the woman I love, whom, moreover, I have given up, I care only for my little Albertine. She's the only person in the world who, by letting me see a great deal of her, that is, during the first few days," I added, in order not to alarm her, and to be able to ask anything of her during those days, "can bring me a little consolation." I made only a vague allusion to the possibility of marriage, adding that it was quite impracticable, since we should never agree. Being, in spite of myself, still pursued in my jealousy by the memories of Saint Lou's relations with Rachel when from the Lord, and of Swann's with Odette, I was too much inclined to believe that from the moment I was in love I could not be loved in return, and that pecuniary interest alone could attach a woman to me. No doubt it was foolish to judge Albertine by Odette and Rachel, but it was not she, it was myself. It was the sentiments that I was capable of inspiring that my jealousy made me underestimate. And from this judgment, possibly erroneous, sprang, no doubt, many of the calamities that were to overwhelm us. "Then you decline my invitation to Paris?" "My aunt would not like me to leave just at present. Besides, even if I can come later on, wouldn't it look rather odd, my staying with you like that. In Paris, everybody will know that I'm not your cousin." "Very well then, we can say that we're practically engaged. It can't make any difference, since you know that it isn't true." Albertine's throat, which emerged bodily from her nightgown, was strongly built, sunburned, of coarse grain. I kissed her as purely as if I had been kissing my mother to charm away a childish grief which, as a child, I did not believe that I would ever be able to eradicate from my heart. Albertine left me in order to go and dress. Already her devotion was beginning to falter. A moment ago she had told me that she would not leave me for a second, and I felt sure that her resolution would not last long, since I was afraid, if we remained at Baalbek, she would that very evening, in my absence, be seeing the Bloch girls. Now she had just told me that she wished to call at Manneville, and that she would come back and see me in the afternoon. She had not looked in there the evening before. There might be letters lying there for her. Besides, her aunt might be anxious about her. I replied, "If that is all, we can send a lift boy to tell your aunt that you are here and to call for your letters." And, anxious to show herself obliging, but annoyed at being tied down, she had wrinkled her brow, then at once very sweetly said, "All right," and had sent the lift boy. Albertine had not been out of the room a moment before the boy came and tapped gently on my door. I had not realized that, while I was talking to Albertine, he had had time to go to Manneville and return. He came now to tell me that Albertine had written a note to her aunt, and that she could, if I wished, come to Paris that day. It was unfortunate that she had given him this message orally, for already, despite the early hour, the manager was about, and came to me in a great state to ask me whether there was anything wrong, whether I was really leaving, whether I could not stay just a few days longer, the wind that day being rather trying. I did not wish to explain to him that the one thing that mattered to me was that Albertine should have left Baalbek before the hour at which the Bloch girls took the air, especially since André, who alone might have protected her, was not there, and that Baalbek was like one of those places in which a sick man who has difficulty in breathing is determined, should he die on the journey, not to spend another night. I should have to struggle against similar entreaties in the hotel, first of all, where the eyes of Marie Gineste and Céleste Albaret were red. Marie, moreover, was giving vent to the swift sob of a mountain torrent. Céleste, who was gentler, urged her to keep calm, but Marie, having murmured the only poetry that she knew, "Down here the lilacs die," Céleste could contain herself no longer, and a flood of tears spilled over her lilac-hued face. I dare say they had forgotten my existence by that evening. After which, on the little local railway, despite all my precautions against being seen, I met M. de Cambremer, who, at the sight of my boxes, turned pale, for he was counting upon me for the day after the next. He infuriated me by trying to persuade me that my choking fits were caused by the change in the weather, and that October would do them all the good in the world, and asked me whether I could not postpone my departure by a week, an expression the fatuity of which enraged me, perhaps only because what he was suggesting to me made me feel ill. And while he talked to me in the railway carriage, at each station, I was afraid of seeing, more terrible than Heribald or Guiscard, M. de Crécy imploring me to invite him, or, more dreadful still, Madame Verdurin bent upon inviting me. But this was not to happen for some hours. I had not got there yet. I had to face only the despairing entreaties of the manager. I shut the door on him, for I was afraid that, although he lowered his voice, he he would end by disturbing Mamma. I remained alone in my room, that room with the too lofty ceiling, in which I had been so wretched on my first arrival, in which I had thought with such longing of Madame de Stermaria, had watched for the appearance of Albertine and her friends like migratory birds alighting upon the beach, in which I had enjoyed her with so little enjoyment after I had sent the lift boy to fetch her, in which I had experienced my grandmother's kindness, then realized she was dead. Those shutters at the foot of which the morning light fell, I had opened the first time to look upon the first ramparts of the sea, those shutters which Albertine made me close in case anybody should see us kissing. I became aware of my own transformations as I compared them with the identity of my surroundings. We grow accustomed to these as to people, and when, all of a sudden, we recall the different meaning that they used to convey to us, then, after they had lost all meaning, the events, very different from those of today, which they enshrined, the diversity of actions performed beneath the same ceiling, between the same glazed bookshelves, the change in our heart and in our life that diversity implies, seem to be increased still further by the unalterable permanence of the setting, reinforced by the unity of scene. 2 or 3 times it occurred to me for a moment that the world in which this room and these bookshelves were situated, and in which Albertine counted for so little, was perhaps an intellectual world which was the sole reality, and my grief something like what we feel when we read a novel, a thing of which only a madman would make a lasting and permanent grief that prolonged itself through his life. That a tiny movement of my will would suffice, perhaps, to attain to that real world, to re-enter it, passing through my grief as one breaks through a paper hoop, and to think no more about what Albertine had done than we think about the actions of the imaginary heroine of a novel after we have finished reading it. For that matter, the mistresses whom I have loved most passionately have never coincided with my love for them. That love was genuine, since I subordinated everything else to the need of seeing them, of keeping them to myself, and would weep aloud if, one evening, I had waited for them in vain. But it was more because they had the faculty of arousing that love, of raising it to a paroxysm, than because they were its image. When I saw them, when I heard their voices, I could find nothing in them which resembled my love and could account for it. And yet my sole joy lay in seeing them, my sole anxiety in waiting for them to come. One would have said that a virtue that had no connection with them had been attached to them artificially by nature, and that this virtue, this quasi-electric power, had the effect upon me of exciting my love, that is to say, of controlling all my actions and causing all my sufferings. But from this, the beauty or the intelligence or the kindness of these women was entirely distinct. As by an electric current that gives us a shock, I have been shaken by my love affairs. I have lived them. I have felt them. Never have I succeeded in arriving at the stage of seeing or thinking them. Indeed, I am inclined to believe that in these love affairs, I leave out of account the physical pleasure which is their habitual accompaniment, but is not enough in itself to constitute them. Beneath the form of the woman, it is to those invisible forces which are attached to her that we address ourselves, as to obscure deities. It is they whose goodwill is necessary to us. with whom we seek to establish contact without finding any positive pleasure in it. With these goddesses, the woman, during our assignation with her, puts us in touch and does little more. We have, by way of oblation, promised duels, travels, uttered formulas which mean that we adore, and at the same time formulas which mean that we are indifferent. We have used all our power to obtain a fresh assignation, but on condition that no trouble is involved. Now would the woman herself, if she were not completed by these occult forces, make us give ourselves so much trouble when, once she has left us, we are unable to say how she was dressed and realize that we have never even looked at her? As our vision is a deceiving sense, a human body, even when it is loved as Albertine's was, seems to us to be at a few yards, at a few inches distance from us, and similarly with the soul that inhabits it. But something need only effect a violent change in the relative position of that soul to ourselves, to show us that she is in love with others and not with us. Then, by the beating of our dislocated heart, we feel that it is not a yard away from us, but within us, that the beloved creature was. Within us, in regions more or less superficial. But the words, "That friend is Mademoiselle Vinteuil," had been the open sesame which I should have been incapable of discovering by myself, which had made Albertine penetrate to the depths of my shattered heart. And the door that had closed behind her, I might seek for 100 years without learning how it might be opened. I had ceased for a moment to hear these words ringing in my ears, while Albertine was with me just now, while I was kissing her, as I used to kiss my mother at Combray, to calm my anguish. I believed almost in Albertine's innocence, or at least did not think continuously of the discovery that I had made of her vice. But now that I was alone, the words began to sound afresh, like those noises inside the ear which we hear as soon as the other person stops talking. Her vice now seemed to me to be beyond any doubt. The light of the approaching sunrise, by altering the appearance of things round me, made me once again, as though it shifted my position for a moment, yet even more painfully conscious of my suffering. I'd never seen the dawn of so beautiful or so painful a morning. And thinking of all the nondescript scenes that were about to be lighted up, scenes which, only yesterday, would have filled me simply with the desire to visit them, I could not repress a sob when, with a gesture of oblation mechanically performed, which appeared to me to symbolize the bloody sacrifice which I should have to make of all joy every morning until the end of my life, a solemn renewal, celebrated as each day dawned, of my daily grief, and of the blood from my wound, the golden egg of the sun, as though propelled by the breach of equilibrium brought about at the moment of coagulation by a change of density, barbed with tongues of flame as in a painting, came leaping through the curtain, behind which one had felt that it was quivering with impatience, ready to appear on the scene and to spring aloft, the mysterious ingrained purple of which it flooded with waves of light. I heard the sound of my weeping. But at that moment, to my astonishment, the door opened, and with a throbbing heart I seemed to see my grandmother standing before me, as in one of those apparitions that had already visited me, but only in my sleep. Was all this but a dream, then? Alas, I was wide awake. "You see a likeness to your poor grandmother," said Mamma, for it was she, speaking gently to calm my fear, admitting, moreover, the resemblance with a fine smile of modest pride, which had always been innocent of coquetry. Her dishevelled hair, the grey locks in which were not hidden and strayed about her troubled eyes, her ageing cheeks, my grandmother's own dressing-gown which she was wearing, all these for a moment prevented me from recognizing her, and had made me uncertain whether I was still asleep or my grandmother had come back to life. For a long time past, my mother had resembled my grandmother far more than the young and smiling Mamma that my childhood had known. But I had ceased to think of this resemblance. So, when we have long been sitting reading, our mind absorbed, we have not noticed how the time was passing, and suddenly we see round about us the sun that shone yesterday at the same hour call up the same harmonies, the same effects of colour that precede a sunset. It was with a smile that my mother made me aware of my mistake, for it was pleasing to her that she should bear so strong a resemblance to her mother. "I came," said my mother, "because when I was asleep I thought I heard someone crying. It wakened me. But how is it that you aren't in bed, and your eyes are filled with tears? What is the matter?" I took her head in my arms. "Mamma, listen, I'm afraid you'll think me very changeable. But first of all, yesterday I spoke to you not at all nicely about Albertine. What I said was unfair." "But what difference can that make?" said my mother, and catching sight of the rising sun, she smiled sadly as she thought of her own mother, and so that I might not lose the benefit of a spectacle which my grandmother used to regret that I never watched, she pointed to the window. But beyond the beach of Baalbek, the sea, the sunrise, which Mamma was pointing out to me, I saw, with movements of despair which did not escape her notice, the room at Montjouvain, where Albertine, rosy and round like a great cat, with her rebellious nose, had taken the place of Mademoiselle Vinteuil's friend, and was saying, amid peals of her voluptuous laughter, "Well, if they do see us, it'll be all the better. I wouldn't dare to spit upon that old donkey." It was this scene that I saw beyond the scene that was framed in the open window, and was no more than a dim veil drawn over the other, superimposed upon it like a reflection. It seemed indeed almost unreal, like a painted view. Facing us, where the cliff of Parville jutted out, the little wood in which we had played ferret thrust down to the sea's edge, beneath the varnish still all golden of the water, the picture of its foliage, as at the hour when often, at the close of day, after I had gone there to rest in the shade with Albertine, we had risen as we saw the sun sink in the sky. In the confusion of the night mists, which still hung in rags of pink and blue over the water littered with the pearly fragments of the dawn, boats were going past, smiling at the slanting light which gilded their sails and the point of their bowsprits as when they are homeward bound at evening. A scene imaginary, chilling and deserted, a pure evocation of the sunset which did not rest, as at evening, upon the sequence of the hours of the day which I was accustomed to see precede it, detached, interpolated, more unsubstantial even than the horrible image of Montjouvain, which it did not succeed in cancelling, covering, concealing, a poetical, vain image of memory and dreams. "But come," my mother was saying, "you said nothing unpleasant about her. You told me that she bored you a little, that you were glad you had given up the idea of marrying her. There's no reason for you to cry like that. Remember, your mamma is going away today, and can't bear to leave her big baby in such a state. especially, my poor boy, as I haven't time to comfort you. Even if my things are packed, one never has any time on the morning of a journey. It's not that. And then calculating the future, weighing well my desires, realizing that such an affection on Albertine's part for Mademoiselle Vinteuil's friend, and one of such long standing, could not have been innocent, that Albertine had been initiated, and, as every one of her instinctive actions made plain to me, had moreover been born with a predisposition towards that vice which, in my uneasiness, I had only too often dreaded, in which she could never have ceased to indulge, in which she was indulging perhaps at that moment, taking advantage of an instant in which I was not present. I said to my mother, knowing the pain that I was causing her, which she did not show, and which revealed itself only by that air of serious preoccupation which she wore when she was weighing the respective seriousness of making me unhappy or making me unwell, that air which she had assumed at Cambrai for the first time when she had resigned herself to spending the night in my room, that air which at this moment was extraordinarily like my grandmother's when she allowed me to drink brandy. I said to my mother, I know what I'm going to say will distress you. First of all, instead of remaining here as you wished, I want to leave by the same train as you. But that is nothing. I'm not feeling well here. I would rather go home. But listen to me. Don't make yourself too miserable. This is what I want to say. I was deceiving myself. I deceived you, in good faith, yesterday. I have been thinking it over all night. It is absolutely necessary. Let us decide the matter at once, because I am quite clear about it now in my own mind, because I shall not change again, and I could not live without it. It is absolutely necessary that I marry Albertine. End of section 32. End of Cities of the Plain by Marcel Proust, translated by C. K. Scott Moncrief.